The deadline for submissions and public representations on permit applications. CAO, would you care to explain?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we've had a number of controversial issues coming before the board in the last few months, and what we've noticed is we don't really have a policy on how long we accept comments from referrals or for the public on those issues. And what we've been trying to do, they've been coming in even as the board meeting carries on. So administratively, we've been trying to collect those and get them out. So I think it's somewhat misleading in the fact that we're sending these things out while you're already in your board meeting, and the public expects that you're receiving these, reading them, and fully comprehending them in order to make an informed decision. It would be more reasonable, we think, to deadline. We're going to receive comments so that we can get them out with the agenda. And in order to do that, what we're proposing to do is amend the planning procedure bylaw to extend out when we notify the public about these issues, and then close off the day before the agendas go out so that we can quantify them and give the board time to fully consider all of the comments at the same time instead of one-offs coming in late. And in that way, then we could assure those sending in comments that the board is going to receive and understand them. So that is the nature of the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we're just seeking feedback on this proposal that we amend the procedure bylaw in order to set those guidelines on comments coming in from the public.
Thank you, CEO Newell. I'll open the floor to comments and questions, please. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like to move the recommended proposal.
Seconded, Director Robinson. Are there any other questions for this? Director Gettins, please.
Thank you to the chair. I just wanted to read in the bottom here where we were talking about mailing out the information ahead of time. Is that, and it's 4 weeks that we're going to mail out to the neighbors about issues that they need to have a comment on. Is that correct?
I believe our proposal was 20 days.
20 days. Okay, so 20 working days. I think what we struggle with sometimes is that I don't know that citizens rely on their mail as timely as they used to. I know that in our world we don't, because we get so many things mailed electronically. And I'm concerned that if we only provide 20 working days, that gives, I guess that gives 1 extra week of mailing out. Is that, can you just walk me through the time schedule? When does the information need to go? And then we stop it a week ahead of time. So that gives 10 working days to get the mail?
Director, CEO Newell, please.
So let's work backwards then. The target is the board meeting. And what we want to do is have all of the comments go out with the agendas, which go out the Friday before the meeting. So what we're proposing in the bylaw is that we receive all comments by Thursday at 4:30. And then we can include them in the agenda that goes out the next day. Right now, what the regulation says is that we have to notify those within a certain circumference around the property 10 days before the meeting. What we're proposing is to go back 20 days from when we close off receipt of comments. So we believe that would be sufficient notice for them to get their comments in time to go out with the agenda.
Thank you. Director Coynes Jr., please.
Hi, thank you. No, I think this is more than fair. I mean, it's more than a legislative requirement. If people don't check their mail, that's not our responsibility. People have a responsibility to look after themselves at some point. It'll be on, it'll be electronic as well as in the mail. So there's not a lot of reason why they wouldn't have the information if they didn't want the information.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Director Monteith, please.
To the chair, I guess I'm wondering about residents who email us directly after the cutoff. And is that information going to be circulated? Is it considered lost information? I'm also considering the information that we do receive electronically that is between that time frame that isn't shared publicly. And sometimes I feel that people wait till the last minute to send information in because they don't want it to be part of the agenda. So it's sort of a mix there. So can you explain what would happen with this new process with the information that we receive via email?
Thank you, Director Monteith. CAO Newell, please.
We would file it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Very good. Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. All right. Back to item B, Economic Trust of the Southern Okanagan for information. CAO Newell.
I believe we do have our delegates on the line now, Mr. Chair. So we'll just hand this over to Laurel Douglas and Renata King from the BC Economic Trust of the Southern Interior.
Thank you very much. Ms. Douglas, please.
Hello there, Chair, and thank you to the board of the RDOS for letting me address you today. And I see some familiar faces, so thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd like to share my screen, if you don't mind, just to go through the presentation that we put together for you. I think it would be nice for you to have a little update on the new happenings at ETSI-BC, the Economic Trust of the Southern Interior. What I was hoping to do today was just introduce the organization a little bit, share a little bit about what's going on here, what's happening, and how we can potentially assist your communities and your areas of the RDOS. This is the team, myself, Mary Beedman. Renata King is the Business and Economic Development Consultant for the Thompson-Okanagan region. Paul Wiest is in the Columbia-Kootenay region, and he's working primarily with, the two of them are working primarily with local governments and economic development practitioners and business support organizations to fund projects. As you can see, our board includes one of your own, Sue McCortoff, Mayor of Osoyoos, and they've been very helpful over the last year as we've repositioned the organization, and we're really looking forward to the coming year. As many of you know, our mandate is to support economic development in the Southern Interior, and we require input from you as members of these regional advisory committees. There's 2 of those committees, and we're hoping to have a little more contact with those committees over the next year. But, you know, so far we've invested $67 million in projects in the Southern Interior, and that has included $53 million in loans, $7 million in education grants, and then $7 million in grants to local government and nonprofits supporting economic development. So our assets as of March 31st were almost 50 million, which was the original endowment we received from the province in 2006. And our mandate now is really about investing in economic growth and diversity through supporting economic development projects and the local business support organizations. Our territory goes from the Fraser Valley, Hope, all the way to the Alberta border, up to Clearwater, and so it encompasses the entire Okanagan-Similkameen, as well as 8 other regional districts. Interestingly, I think there's some misconceptions about what CITID, our previous name, has been doing. Definitely over half of our population in this territory is rural, under 25,000 in population. We also have 5 First Nations groupings that we're working with more and more over time. Last summer and fall, we conducted some extensive stakeholder consultations, and we did an in-depth review of our loan portfolio. We developed a new strategic plan, and we've been carrying that out since then. We rebranded, obviously. Our name used to be CITID, and we're now the Economic Trust of the Southern Interior at CBC. We've already funded 2, we've had 2 funding intakes that we've dispersed funds on, and we've announced a new one, which is in progress right now. So thank you to all of you who participated in the consultation process. I see some of you are on this in this meeting. What we learned and what we've decided is that we're switching to being a first-in economic support funder, and we're really trying to seed new projects, fill funding gaps, and support projects that I'm sure many of your communities will be involved in. These are our 5 strategic pillars, and building economic development capacity is the most important one, and is this year it's receiving about half of our total funding in our budget. So I'm not going to go through these individually with you, but I do want to pass on this presentation to you in future so that you can take a look at it if you wish. But overall, I do want to talk briefly about our funding model, which is on an intake basis now. We plan to be distributing to the communities in the Southern Interior at least $1 million per year, and we really prioritize smaller communities and collaborative projects. And as I said before, our primary funding stream is building economic development capacity, but in the business and resilience and growth right now, we have since May funded 36 recovery advisors hosted by 25 partners throughout the Southern Interior, and that includes 2 advisors that are hosted by the Community Futures of the Okanagan-Similkameen. We also have 1 advisor hosted by the South Okanagan Chamber and 1 advisor hosted by the Summerland Chamber, as well as 3 First Nations projects. So there are quite a number of recovery advisors working directly with businesses in your area, which we're supporting, and we're providing them with training and resources and support as well. So hopefully that will make a difference to the businesses in your area. And of the 9 projects we funded since May, the town of Oliver has received funding for a downtown beautification and wayfinding project. And there have been other projects that might be of interest to your members in the Boundary region. That was a collaborative meat processing plant, which I believe farmers in your area can also benefit from. The Boston Bar Indian Band has a collaborative project along the Fraser Canyon with the communities along there. And there are many other projects that we'll be featuring on our website, and you might want to take a look at to give yourself some ideas on what your communities could potentially benefit from. This is the current funding intake, which is open. Smaller communities with less than 5,000 residents get priority. The communities with less than 25,000 residents also get priority, just not as much. And we do encourage collaborative projects. What I would encourage you to do is find our website, etsy-bc.ca, follow us on LinkedIn, and then you'll find out when all of the projects our funding intakes are coming up. If you're really interested, you can check out our strategic plan on our website and register for on our grant application portal, so you can access the funding opportunities more easily in future. And I just want to take this opportunity as I conclude to thank Mayor McCortoff for her excellent work over the last year, supporting me and the rest of the team as we repositioned at CBC, and just to say we really look forward to working with you, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Douglas. Does Renata King have anything to add to this?
Unfortunately, Renata is not able to join us today. She's had to take a trip back east, so she's not able to join the call.
Thank you very much.
It's me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Douglas? You've done an excellent presentation. There's no questions.
Yes, from Sue.
Chair Knodel.
Director Knodel, thank you. Can I just say thank you to Laurel? A year ago at CBC was it, and fortunately we hired Laurel to take over the reins. She's done an excellent job of bringing us all together, getting us far more involved. As a matter of fact, she has more meetings than we ever had in a year, sometimes in 1 or 2 months. But she's excited about it. She's done a great job of getting all of us on the board enthused again. And we were having a difficult time finding our way. So we are very happy to have Laurel at the helm of this. And I would recommend that you all have a look at this. And I want to make sure that you've got the correct name, because in our program it said BC. ETSI, it's not. It's ETSI BC. So you would have to look it up. ETSI-BC is what the official name is. And lots of loans to give out. Lots of grants to give out. Not so many loans. We used to give out a lot of loans, and we've changed course on that. So thank you, Laurel. I'm glad you were able to make it for the meeting. And please have a look at our strategic plan. You will find it very interesting. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Ricardoff. High praise indeed there, Ms. Laurel. I do have one question. Does your program include regional areas as well as municipalities?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
We encourage those collaborative projects with regional areas, and definitely want to help the smaller communities in our territory.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I'm seeing none. Chair Kovacevic, did you have a question?
Nope, I'm all good, Chair Knodel.
Thank you. For that, I will bring this meeting of the Planning and Development Committee to make a motion for adjournment. Director Holmes, Director Coynes, Jr., all in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none, meeting is adjourned. Back to Chair Kovacevic, please.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Chair Knodel. Okay, directors, we're going to move on to Corporate Services Committee. Have a look at your agenda, please. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Bauer. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to the first item. Item B is 2021 UBCM resolutions. CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So September 14th to 17th is the 2021 UBCM conference coming up in a virtual platform again this year. And they have given us to the end of June in order to submit resolutions that would be perhaps go on the floor, or to submit, and then the province has come out with a request that we send in meeting requests for ministers or the premier. So we want to address both of those today and then send them on to the board meeting this afternoon so that we can get our resolutions in by the end of the month. So talking about resolutions, we have previously approved the one on organ donation. Committee will recall that's the one that went to Silga. I got defeated, and when it came back to committee and the board, we said, well, let's try sending it directly to UBCM. So that one is already approved to go by the board. So we don't need to do anything further on that one. We had one that we discussed last meeting. This was the one that was brought up by Director Roberts about problems we have in rural areas where jurisdiction is hazy. So Crown land, road rights of way, reserve lands, all of those issues, when they come up for enforcement under regulatory bylaws, our citizens don't know who to talk to, whether it's us, whether it's a provincial ministry, or how to get things done, because then we keep shuffling complaints or requests between the various agencies. The RCMP as well, very involved in clearing vehicles off of road rights of ways in rural areas. So we've had some difficulty phrasing how this might best go forward. So we've got the, and it has to go forward in the UBCM format. So the two recitals and then the resolution is how they require it. So we've got our two recitals, and hopefully that explains our concern adequately enough that those delegates at the convention will know what we are talking about. I'm sure the regional district members at the convention will know, but perhaps some of the urban ones may not. So it's important that the recitals are descriptive. And then the resolution being that we're asking UBCM to petition the provincial government to develop a formal multi-jurisdictional process for working in conjunction with lead agencies and governing bodies to resolve outstanding regulatory enforcement issues by joint cooperation of the various government agencies. So that is a proposal that's before our committee today to discuss.
Okay, thank you, CIO. So we'll tackle these one by one then. So yes. We're on resolution B. I'll go to Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. I know this one's, to get it across clearly, you want to make sure that you don't get buried in detail. I've always wondered though, I kind of started with the premise that these multi-jurisdictional issues, that the enforcement is part of it, but it was more in regards to the health, safety, and a protection of property and life. And I wonder if is that too much to add in there, or do the caveats that we have in regards to explain it, do we feel that that ties it in enough? That's just a question.
Thank you, Director Roberts. I know we've wordsmithed this a few times. I was much more comfortable with what we've got today. I think it reads better and is a lot clearer. Did anybody else have a suggestion? Do you think there should be additional wording added based on Director Roberts' comments? Yes, Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, are we able to add like a dialogue to it to give examples, or is it just simply the resolution that goes forward?
CIO.
So we used to be able to send in briefing notes, and UBCM has changed their format on that, where it actually goes in with the initial submission. So we can prepare a briefing note for the board. Whether that would get out to the members of UBCM or not, I don't think so.
Yeah, generally what we use is the briefing notes. Then when it's time to speak, we would then be able to elaborate more on the resolution. Now, we don't know if we would even get a chance to speak on this based on the time frame that they have allotted for resolutions. They've doubled it this year, but going from 3 hours to 6 is still not enough, in my opinion, so we'd have to see where that went. We certainly have seen before where some regional districts or municipalities will send out an email to everybody in the province and let them know more details about a specific resolution coming forward so that they can try and garner support when it comes time to vote. So we could look at doing that, Director Roberts, if that adds a comfort level. Did you want to
thank
speak,
you,
Director
Chair.
Roberts?
Yeah, thank you to the chair. Yeah, I think that might be helpful. Again, I think it hits all the salient points in regard to what we're concerned about in regards to multi-jurisdiction. There's a part of me wondering whether if we tie in somewhere about again, of course, it's my thing around health and safety and property loss, because it's not something that we're asking somebody to come out and do enforcement for a singular issue. It's something that's greater than that, and we've gone through all the appropriate channels up to this point, and then now we're at the loggerheads, and we need to find a way forward. So that's what we're hoping to get from this formal process.
Great, thank you. And Director Roberts, you'd be able to provide some input as we work on an email to be sent out prior to UBCM. Director Bauer, I'll go to you next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So very difficult to get it very clear so somebody who has no idea what we're talking about understands what we want with a therefore paragraph. I'm wondering if I give that to any of my staff to read, whether they would understand what we're talking about. And I think it's not really clear, and I agree with Director Roberts there. But adding to it, I'm not sure that at the UBCM floor would make it even more understandable. I think we have to approach this a little bit differently. I'm not against the resolution, and I understand the intention, but as it is, I think it's just too convoluted. I don't think most people will understand what we actually want.
Did anybody else have any feedback? Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
To the chair, that's where I think that doing that communication part is important, and sharing some maybe extreme examples to what we're looking at getting support with, so that because municipalities and rural directors and council and mayor think differently, because our laws are different. In a municipality, they're different. If you've got somebody parked illegally on the side of a road, it's handled differently than it is in a regional district. So I guess helping others understand so that we're not defeated by a misunderstanding of jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. And I have some faith in our municipal members in the province on this. I mean, we've mentioned Crown land. They deal with similar issues with Crown land around municipalities, so they're very well aware of some of these issues, maybe not all of them. So while this could end up not being supported at UBCM, it's a first step. Often we see resolutions come back year after year and they get changed based on the feedback that was received at UBCM, so that they do end up being something that is approved by the group. So right now we're looking for someone to move this, if you're comfortable with this, and we can add in the fact that we can do an email to everyone in the province giving some details on it. CIO?
I'll just add a caveat, Madam Chair. If we send this in and the UBCM policy and resolution staff look at it and they don't understand it, they will send it back to us. So I think we'd get an early indication if it is in a proper form or not, and they may have suggestions on that. So yeah, I think this could end up looking differently by the time it gets out, if it gets out, than it does right now.
Great, thank you. Director Knodel, I saw your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering whether it might clarify list the entities that we're looking to create a smoother transition with.
So I missed the beginning. List who?
If we name the agencies that we're trying to involve in this, whether it would clarify things for the UBCM board, rather than just leaving it as interjurisdictional, put a list there and say, well, here's the agencies that we'd like to smooth the path to, if you will.
CIO, do you think we need to itemize them all?
Well, I'm not sure there are that many. So on derelict vehicles, obviously RCMP and the Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure, for sure. As far as Crown land, that's mostly the Ministry of Forest Lands Natural Resources. In some cases, it could be environment. So I don't think there's a lot of different agencies. The other one, obviously, is reserve. We don't have any authority on that either, so that's fairly limited.
Yeah, I think there's even more than that, though. A lot of our citizens expect the Ministry of Environment to get involved. They expect BC Conservation, natural resource officers, all kinds of folks to get involved in enforcement and doing things. So I've seen where some citizens end up calling about 6 different agencies or folks to go do something and nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
So if we list some, we may end up excluding others. So I'm not sure if we might be just fine by saying federal and provincial, regional district jurisdiction and First Nation blankets everything. Let's hear from Director Traynor on that, or something different. Go ahead, please, Director Traynor.
To me, it's pretty clear. Like if I was in another municipality or another regional district and I was reading this, I would understand what we meant in terms of all of the agencies involved and the ones that we're looking for cooperation with. But I think Director Roberts had mentioned something about adding the words health and safety in there somewhere, because I think that, to me, again, if I was reading this from another jurisdiction, that would kind of pique my interest and gives us a bit more urgency. And I think that that's really where he's coming from too, is adding in, like, the purpose of this is to really, at the end of the day, help make our communities safer and healthier, and making things work better. So I think if we can add in that word somewhere, those words, that would help convey our message better.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Roberts.
To the chair, like where it comes to where it says the issues, to me, I'd like to highlight the issues as health, safety, and the potential of loss of life and property. Because again, all these issues are the ones that tend to bring it to the forefront and concerns of the community. These are the issues that we feel we have not only concern, but we need to work and deal with in the moment. It's an issue that has to be taken care of. And we always end up kind of not my circus, not my monkey, and run down the line. So that's kind of the essence of, and I felt that those words would show the urgency of it, because it's all the issues that I'm dealing with are everything from access and emergency times, dealing with wildfires or floods. And where we end up with issues is that these areas are all under the jurisdiction of other agencies and ministries, and we have no formal way of going forward with solutions.
Thank you. I'll go to CIO Newell.
I think it's important that we differentiate between emergency and just general frustration with regulatory bylaws. Under the Emergency Program Act, everybody's aware that we do have additional powers, and if health or a loss of property is imminent, then we would most likely activate the Emergency Operations Center and declare a state of local emergency. And in that case, we have those powers to bring people in to the EOC. And that's where we used the example before, where we do get all of those agencies around the table. we can make very quick decisions because they have additional powers under a state of local emergency as well. I thought what we were dealing with was more the frustration of derelict vehicles in a road allowance, garbage on Crown land, or people occupying Crown land, those types of issues.
Is that clear, Director Roberts? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, CEO, and yeah, and I understand that was kind of the problem of getting it pulled into and confused with the state of emergency, because we're talking about, you know, not only the stuff that's in Crown land, but the overgrowth, things that add to fire concerns, and I've used the not only the potential, but where communities have become frustrated and then puts the community at risk by handling it themselves. So I get what you're saying, and I believe it's correct that we do have to kind of keep it to that. It's just, you know, my frustration is, you know, trying to tie in the urgency of it, and I believe that has to come in most likely with that email or letter, because, you know, I can show examples where we've gone through the full process. We've been not had any success in addressing the issue from any one of the multiple ministries, agencies, or alike, and then the community's taken it into their own hands, and that's put the community at risk. So I believe that's the part that I've got to have in the email, and I think you're correct in not getting it mixed up, because even the group here was confused when we brought in the example of a state of emergency.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Spencer Coyne.
Yeah, I keep reading this over and over again, and I think what Director Traynor was saying is correct. I think if I had no knowledge of this at all, it would be something I could support, because the municipalities do have similar issues, just not exactly the road right-of-ways, but we have other issues. Actually, road right-of-ways we do, because we have highways that run through our municipality that we have no control over. So we would all understand this and see it, and I mean, I think we should just support it and move on.
Okay, thank you. And Director Roberts, are you moving this? Yes. Is there a seconder? Director Gettins is seconding. And Director Monteith, you had a comment? No? You're all good? Okay. Anybody else with a further comment or question? We have the motion on the floor to send this to UBCM, send it to the board, and then approve it to go to UBCM. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Yeah. Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to the next one. C, changes to the BC Building Code to align with Fire Smart. CAO.
We had a couple of recommendations come out of the board back in April that were intended to go to SILCA, and we didn't meet the deadline for getting those resolutions in. So these are now brought forward to see if committee wanted to recommend these two issues to the board for consideration by UBCM. So the first one is about Fire Smart. Sorry, the first one then is on the housing needs. So everybody's aware that the provincial government determined that each local government needed to do a housing gap analysis by 2022, and that they would then have to review those every 5 years, much like the dynamic cycle we have for official community plans or some of those other processes that the province dictates. The regional growth strategy, same thing. Every 5 years, you're supposed to review them. Obviously, most municipalities fall behind on those schedules, but nevertheless, it's in legislation. So and we've done our housing gap analysis, no problem. But to redo that every 5 years, we could see the demand for that, perhaps in fast-growing incorporated communities. But to do it out in a regional district where we're actively trying to discourage growth, for the resources that it requires, this time for the initial one, we got grants. I don't expect that to continue in the future. So for regional districts to have to do that could be problematic. And another one of these studies that just go on the shelf when you're done with them. So you may want to consider asking UBCM to lobby on behalf of regional districts to exempt those requirements to do one every 5 years. So that was the proposal.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're talking about the housing needs resolution. So the agenda's in a different order than the document, than the report.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'd introduced BC Building Code, but that's because the agenda, they're just reversed. So let's talk about D, the housing needs assessment resolution. Any feedback, questions on that? Yes, Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I certainly agree with this, but I'm also wondering if we could include not only regional districts, electoral areas, but also small municipalities, because quite frankly, I don't really see in Summerland that we'll need to renew ours within 5 years. We'll just be getting things off the ground, and every 10 years, like an OCP would be, I think, work better for us. So I agree with this, and I just wonder if we could add at least small municipalities. Thanks.
CAO?
We could move an amendment to this.
Okay, so we could move this with that amendment. Director Holmes, I'll go to Director Spencer Coyne first.
Yeah, I like that idea of putting it on OCP review. Just because, as far as I'm concerned, the whole housing needs study system right now is flawed. I mean, we're doing it before census comes out, so our data is 5 years or more out of date. We did ours, and it doesn't even reflect the reality of today. So it didn't reflect the reality prior to COVID. So it's completely out of whack with everything that's happening, and and now we're going to have to do this every 5 years, and it's going to be just before the census is done. So it's out of date information every single time. I prefer the idea of us putting it on an OCP review. It makes sense. If we're going to do all the other work, we might as well find out where our housing needs are at the same time. So I would support that if that's what Director Holmes wants to make a motion of.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to CAO Newell.
Mm-hmm. So we weren't intending to speak on behalf of our incorporated communities, but of course, as everybody knows, there's 200 members in UBCM and only 28 of them are regional districts. So this would probably be of more interest if it did come in a broader prospectus. So maybe what we do is word it some way that it's left up to local governments to determine when they need to do a review of their housing needs study, rather than asking for an exemption. That might be more palatable.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Roberts and Bauer.
Thank you to the chair. I'm actually Director Spencer Coyne said all that I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. Director Bauer?
Yeah, I agree with that too, but I wouldn't tie it to the OCP. I would just, at our own discretion, because various municipalities can end up having an OCP every 5 to 8. Others do it every, 10 or 12 years. And it really depends on how it falls with the election and other external circumstances. So no tie to OCP, but otherwise, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So direction from the board. Is someone willing to make a motion here? Anybody? Did you like CIO Newell's suggestion?
Yeah.
We'll try and fix this up before the board meeting this afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay, so maybe I'll go back to Director Holmes. Would you be willing to move this then that for this afternoon, that we will bring it back with a slight amendment to the wording to encompass small municipalities? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, certainly, and I don't know if we need to specify small or not. We could hear from Dick and see what they think. But yeah, just something along the lines of to leave it to the discretion of local governments to decide when they need their reviews. Something along those lines, I think, would work.
Okay, sounds great. Is there seconded? Good. Director Spencer Coyne is seconding that. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, then we're going to move on to the resolution on BC Building Code to align with Fire Smart CAO.
This one was also discussed back in April for submission to SILGA, Madam Chair, and it didn't make it by the time required by SILGA. So, I mean, these are always controversial when you're trying to influence building code with regards to additional requirements that make the cost of construction more costly. I know there was a real push years ago to include sprinkler systems in houses, and just the cost of that. I mean, absolutely, it would be beneficial. It would probably save lives, but overall, there's never been there's never been a substantive decision to include it just because of the cost and because of perhaps the infrequency. But nevertheless, we do know that climate change is affecting certainly the impact of wildfire in British Columbia, and especially in our area, and that we're always concerned about the construction of residences that would make it susceptible to sparks or wildfires. So this is what we came up with as far as asking, and there will be another review of the building code shortly. Last one was 18. So within, if it hasn't already started, within the next year, there will be a review committee set up to review the building code. We could submit some suggestions. I'm sure whatever the committee is, they'll probably look at flammable materials anyway, but if you wanted to put this on the floor at UBCM, certainly wood shakes are a concern out in the rural areas, and then anything to do with wood or vinyl siding that a spark could attach to or set on fire is also. So we've identified those as a suggestion for the building code. So up for discussion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
So I am absolutely opposed to this motion. I think there's a whole bunch of points go on here. Number one is the fact that it's taking the decision out of the homeowner's hands entirely. It's a huge cost difference. It's in building a home. From the research I did yesterday, it's like 1.5 to 2 times the price to use hardy board. It's about 3 times the price to use stucco, and almost 4.5 times the price to use the new type of aluminum siding that's out there right now. Now, the other thing that gets to me is that we're setting this up as we are only endorsing very few products, and nothing against hardy board, but we're almost giving them a monopoly on the industry, which really doesn't suit me very well. The other thing is I do agree with the shake roofs, but if we're going to start down that road, what about asphalt shingles? What about cedar hedges? All these sorts of things. It's getting way too personal, I believe, taking way too many rights and decisions away from the homeowner. As far as the siding that you put on your home, that's between you and your insurance company as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's something that we as a board should be delving into. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I wholeheartedly disagree as strongly as I can. The city of Penticton put forward changes to our building bylaws years ago with regard to wildland urban interface. You can no longer use cedar shake roofs and whatnot. And the bottom line is that this saves lives. And yes, there could be a cost to it, but it's not just a cost to a single homeowner. If their house goes up in flames, the entire neighborhood could. All we have to do is look at Christie Mountain Fire to see the importance of this. And in case everybody missed it, we're in the middle of a severe climate change that's affecting the entire world. Just look what's happening in the US right now with their heat wave. We would be very naive to think that it's not going to be on our doorstep. It already is. So I'm sorry, I don't understand the reluctance to go ahead and make changes that we know are vital to the very existence of everyone who lives here. So I would support this wholeheartedly 100% of the way. And I would urge all of my fellow RDOS members to think really long and carefully about how it affects everyone who lives in your area, more so even than the municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're getting quite a list here. This is generating a stimulating discussion. Next up is Director Bauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's some good points made from Director Robinson, but I'm afraid I have to agree with Director Coyne all the way. I think there's different ways to address this issue of safety regarding fire and fire spreading. It doesn't have to be that we get involved into the building code and prescribe certain building materials. We just had a change to the BC code regarding efficiency, and that would be just another complication. There's fire smart education, there's fire smart communities. Those are all things we can do. And certainly I applaud the city of Penticton for putting an absolute fire ban on. I've tried to address that with my fire chief. Apparently he tells me that he doesn't have jurisdiction, even so I doubt that. Here we are, the ministry could easily say no fires whatsoever, it's way too dry, but instead they still let people do those little fires out along the various parks and cranlands, and those are often the perpetrators, plus visitors walk away and they leave burning embers while they're going to work in the morning. So I say that there's a lot of different educational tools we have and stuff we already do. I'm not in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. I've got next Holmes, Roberts, then Obert. Go ahead, please, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, does this motion refer to interface areas, or is it across the board throughout BC? Because if it's across the board, there are urban areas and places on the coast where wildfire isn't a threat. And so imposing something like this on those places, I can't see it getting much support.
CIO?
If it goes in the building code, it would be universal.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the chair. Again, as stated by Director Bauer, I don't as well agree with moving this forward, strictly because not that I'm not worried about fire, but I think we've got a few other issues, what not only about education, but out in electoral areas where we're surrounded by Crown land, and the issues that I spoke of in regards to my motion. I'm struggling with people wanting to take fire smart seriously because they've been complaining about fire smart issues in provincial land, whether or not it's Crown land with Flinrow or MOTI right-of-ways and back alleys and road allowances that are being left to turn into fire hazards. I think we have to look at it as a pronged approach, encouraging the homeowner to be educated and looking after their property, but they're only going to take that seriously if those rights and responsibilities that we have at a provincial level aren't looked after and enforced.
Okay, thank you. Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and I do support the motion. I think the substance of it is real important. Director Robinson made a lot of very good points. This isn't really just to Director Coyne's comment about a personal choice between a individual and their insurance company. That's a really dangerous misdirect. Insurance companies are not who should be making these decisions either. In the Christie Mountain fire, I had a call from a person on Bighorn after the fire having trouble with their insurance company, which was insisting they had to put cedar shakes back on their roof, which was wrong, by the way. They didn't have. But that demonstrates how dangerous it is if you're going to be letting insurance companies, which are just people who don't know everything, and they make mistakes. The job of governance, and that includes our local governance and our provincial governments, and this is a request to the province for some help. We're looking to tweak the balance. It's a balance. This doesn't need to be prejudged and pre-decided today on what is the best new balance. But boy, Director Robinson has hit a home run. This needs attention. I think that, urgently needed. Yeah, yes, it's urgent. 2003 was the Kelowna fires. And I'll tell you, what they learned saved maybe 319 homes in Christie Mountain fire last year. We lost one home. But I'll tell you that mutual aid and the firefighters who came from far, from Armstrong that night, and people had security cameras watching, they saved 319 homes. The only home that was lost was an ember bomb that came through a cedar roof. I mean, that house wouldn't have been lost if we didn't have that roof. We know that. It's only one house, but it could have been much worse. Could have been much worse. These details, the public expects there to be some attention paid to this because they trust us. When they buy a home on the market, they trust that it's been inspected or properly built. They trust that we've done that job. And when we neglect it and say, well, it's their free choice, they don't have the ability to know all these things. And we can't expect them to. It's a balance, and there's a lot of people who can help do this, and I don't know the answer. I don't know if you can have it interface specific. Clearly, a cedar shake in a rainforest doesn't present the same danger. So there's work to be done here. But I think if we support this motion and put it into the hands of those who maybe know more than us, and let them give it a look. I think we're doing our responsibility, listening to the people who pay our taxes, listen to the people who've been evacuated and live in fear of fire every year. I've lived here long enough to know the fear. This isn't a little thing. This is back to Director Roberts' point about safety and life. So thank you for listening. But I think we have to be very careful with finding the right balance.
Okay, thank you. CIO, can I just clarify, if this were to be added to the BC Building Code, would this just be applicable to new builds as opposed to an existing home where someone wanted to redo their siding or their roof? Because I don't know that they have to pull a permit for changing their siding.
Yeah, only when it came to a building permit.
Okay,
It would affect it, yeah.
great. Thank you for that. Next up is Director Robinson and then Knoll. Go ahead, Director Robinson.
Thank you. Just a view to compromise, perhaps. We don't have to change the world all in one day, but we could take some small steps towards a safer world. Perhaps we could start with the roofs first and not necessarily the siding. I mean, we have to start somewhere. Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're not going to solve climate change in a day either, but I really feel strongly that we need to make some major steps in this direction, because I think Director Obrecht hit the nail on the head when he said our residents trust us to make those decisions. You know, if you want to do a new build, for instance, on the island, it has to be earthquake proof now, and you have to have shear walls. And there's just so much that we can do in basic construction to make lives safer and, you know, just help out all around. And I think it's over time that we started paying attention to it, specifically, if for no other reason, because of the climate change. It should be part of our green climate change action to make those changes, I might add. So we're killing a few birds with one stone here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Knoll and then looking for a motion, hopefully. Go ahead, Director Knoll.
I very much like Director Robinson's compromise on this. One of the things I see is we have one of these highways that we're paving with gold, but the direction is becoming problematic, and we need to only look around any of the major communities now to see the number of people that are becoming homeless. We're pricing people out of the homes. With the new upcoming building codes and the current increases in building costs, a great many people have been removed from the home market, and even the rentals on homes are becoming exorbitant. We're in a society we may have to move very slowly and accept risk as we move ahead, or we will just keep creating a compounded problem that we're not helping solve. We're actually making worse in our eagerness to try to totally protect citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to Director Bob Coyne.
Yeah, I don't have a problem at all with banning cedar shake roofs totally, but it's the rest of it that gets a little bit beyond as far as I'm concerned. So I would be very supportive of amending it to just include cedar shake roofs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Bob Coyne. Is that a motion you were making? Yes, okay. Yep. Seconded by Director Pendergraft. Director Robinson, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd be all in favor of that, but I'd still like to see a report and perhaps hear from the fire chief or someone with regard to where we might be moving in the future. So I'll support the motion because I think taking even small steps in the right direction is really important, but I would still like to see a report if that could be included.
Okay, thank you. That would be something a little bit down the road, CAO, just as we need to move this forward to get to UBCM. And running out of time there. Director Roberts, I believe you had your hand back up, and then Knoll. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. I support the stopping of the use of the cedar shakes as stated by Director Coyne, and that was passed on as a compromise from Director Robertson. I did fight the fires for the 16 days in Kelowna in 2003, and it was the cedar shakes was one of the biggest issues. That on also bark mulch for gardening issues was one of the next big issues. And of course, people having ladder fuels on the side of their homes or having those burlap welcome mats. So I think we hit a good compromise. And I think as we move forward in regards to education, because it's a part about the responsibility of the homeowner, cleaning up ladder fuel, not having your firewood chopped up against the side of your house, on top of not making your roof a hazard with hazardous material. I think it was just the other added bits that Director Coyne and I both agree on, is stating what exactly you're going to use right off the bat in regards to a very expensive different supplies. So I would take and support the motion as it goes ahead in regards to the compromise.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Knodel, did you have another comment? Go ahead, please.
I'd like to amend that motion to encompass only untreated cedar shakes. California recently moved towards allowing cedar shakes back in if they were properly fire preventative treated. We have a whole industry here that we could damage by racing forward. Thank you.
Okay, can we call that a friendly amendment to add the word untreated? Is Director Bob Coyne, are you okay with that? You made that motion. Everyone's okay with the word untreated? Thank you. I'll go to Director Holmes.
So we're still talking about amendment to the building code. So we're going to be imposing this on the rest of the entire province. So we're going to tell the West Coast Rainforest that they can't have cedar shakes. And we're going to tell the Lower Mainland I just don't think we would appreciate it very much. And it happens all the time. We don't like it when Victoria or whoever imposes their urban problems on us, which they do quite often, and we're kind of just doing the same thing. I think we need a local solution to a local problem.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the chair. Based on the friendly amendment, I think it's important that the caveat around untreated cedar, because again, if you have a condominium in downtown Vancouver go up in flames in the middle of August, and the embers go and drop on the property next door on untreated cedar, it goes up like wildfire. And I think the other year there, the Vancouver Island had its highest amount of wildfires that it had in its history. And we are, as stated earlier in some of the material, we are seeing climate change. And I think it is the untreated cedar is very flammable.
Okay, thank you. Final comment from Director Monteith, and then I'm going to call the question. No, you're okay, Director Monteith. Okay, so if everybody's aware that the amendment is to restrict the use of certain flammable materials such as untreated cedar shake roofing, does that make sense for everybody? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go on to then taking a look here. The last one then, if I'm correct, CAO, is the request for housing needs assessment reports to be made optional, or is that covered in the one before? It was all covered together? Okay, great. So we're done with resolutions, folks. We're going to move on to 2021 UBCM meetings. CAO.
So same deal. We have to have our requests in to UBCM on minister meetings by June 30th. So we need that to go to the board this afternoon as well. What we proposed is that we asked for a meeting with Premier Horgan, and I've just phrased it as horizontal management. It addresses that resolution that you just discussed about interjurisdictional issues. If we're asking that there be coordination between ministries, it would seem to me that it would be the Premier that would be the one that would have authority to look into that. So if we wanted to press this matter, then we should request that meeting with the Premier, talk about those interjurisdictional issues between ministries and the RCMP. and see if he might be willing to undertake some sort of development of a strategy in order to increase horizontal participation instead of up and down. The difference between horizontal and vertical management is the vertical is more about the silos that ministries form, where they don't really talk to each other and are seen as entities sort of on their own, whereas horizontal would be some sort of cooperation between ministries. So that would be the premier. The other one we're suggesting is that we request a meeting with the Minister of Environment to talk about solid waste issues. We still have so much going on, especially with the Campbell Mountain landfill with regards to our biocover pilot that still has not been approved by environment. We have our organics treatment and processing facility that we're having difficulty even getting it considered by the Agricultural Land Commission, let alone the grants that are going to be required in order to make that go forward. And we still are on the contaminated sites register due to leachate, although we're getting closer to resolution on that one. So probably just more of an update for the minister rather than anything that's going to change on that. And then I think Karamias has advised us that they're going to be submitting a request for a meeting on orphan dikes, somewhat based on the Similkameen flood plan that Ecora is going to come in and talk to you about shortly. So we would be in support of that. And then I thought we had another one.
On the agenda, we have Modi bringing enforcement and road right-of-ways.
So if we are wanting to pursue how we get rid of derelict vehicles and road rights-of-way, we should go and talk to the minister, because it's frustrating at the lower levels in the bureaucracy. They certainly AIM has their contract, and they're going to fulfill the more higher priority issues out of their contract. Getting vehicles off a road allowance is not, that doesn't seem to be that important to them. And same with even higher levels within the bureaucracy. So if we want to bring this issue to their attention, we should go and talk to the minister about it, or at least get it on the radar. So those are our suggestions, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, directors, or is someone willing to make a motion to support that we put in these requests? Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
I'd like to support the motion, or make the motion that we support that.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Director Sentis. Any questions on these requests? Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? That motion carries. We'll move on to item D, RDOS COVID-19 Restart Program. CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just get my report out here. Okay. So COVID-19 and the response to the pandemic is still progressing. Committee will be familiar with the 4-step provincial restart program that came out a few weeks ago. We're actually in step 2 right now, started on Tuesday. In my reading of the issues under each of the 4 steps, really step 1 and 2 were sort of business as usual. Step 1 certainly was just carry on. Step 2, which started on June 15th. It was more or less get rid of the circuit breaker stuff, but all of the other restrictions still apply. And although there was some adjustment of numbers that could get out at social gatherings and that sort of thing. Really, the significant changes start to come with step 3, which is scheduled for July 1st. And again, this is all hypothetical. It's based on the numbers, although the numbers of vaccinations and declining numbers of active cases is promising. They still have that caveat on these, and that's why we'll refer to the step number. But step 3 has some significant changes to it, and yet there's some other work to be done. There's going to be new sector safety plans. So we know that UBCM and LGMA, the Local Government Management Association, is working to develop the municipal safety plan. And that should come out hopefully before July 1st, because we're required to have, I think the relaxation will be dependent on that sector safety plan. But certainly, the key factor is they're going to lift the provincial state of emergency, and they're going to rescind the ministerial orders and the public health orders that have come out under that legislation. So that's a big change for us. Masks will become recommended instead of mandatory on step 3. So I can tell you from a discussion with our management team that because it's only recommended, we're going to require the our regional district staff to continue being masked in the office, but that wouldn't apply to the public. So some will have masks when they come in, some will not, but our staff will continue to mask. The public health guidance around distancing, I think that will be interesting to see what they're going to do on that. That's not out yet. It will probably be in the sector plans for public buildings. Seminars and bigger meetings are allowed. Continued return to the workplace. Those are going to be beneficial. And then really, it's on step 4. So September 7th is when they're saying, okay, life should be able to return to normal. And that's when masks become a personal choice, and workplaces are fully reopened, and hopefully life is back to normal. Although they still do keep referring to the sector safety plans, and we have yet to see those. So those will still come. So what we're talking about, Madam Chair, is that back in April, when was this one? Back in April of, so March 2020, when the world was shifting around us with the introduction of COVID-19 and the announcement of the global pandemic, the board put some restrictions on how we were going to do business into a resolution. So at that time, we came to the board with 15 different issues that we thought needed to be addressed. And so this is all about public meetings and public hearings and consultations, and when we would be accessible to the public, and all of those changes that happened with recreation facilities, anywhere the public was gathering, and how you as a board were going to meet in a boardroom that didn't accommodate social distancing. So all of those things, we've had in place since March 19th of 2020. And now, with the Step 4 BC Restart Plan, we believe it would be beneficial to formally respond on those. So what we've got before you today is some changes to how we address the public, really. When the state of provincial emergency and the public health orders come off on July 1st, I believe it's the intent of the province to have Bill 10 promulgated by that time, although at the end of the bill, they say, if we haven't completely got this done by July 1st, carry on anyway. One of those provincial clauses. but I believe it's the intent to have Bill 10 promulgated. And in there, there's a number of enabling sections with regards to public hearings and meetings and enabling mail-in ballots that are now under ministerial order, and to change how we do electronic meetings. It's all going to be enabling in the new legislation, but premise on changes to procedure bylaws. So we have to yet bring those in, and some of it may be based on these sector plans. But what we're coming to you today with is that back on March 19th, 2020, we suspended some of our sections under the procedure bylaw. So right now in the planning procedure bylaw, there is a requirement to hold, or for applicants to hold public information meetings prior to temporary use permits or development variance permits. Well, we suspended that back in 2020. We're saying that as of step 4, that we should be able to then bring those back into play. So right now, there's no requirement to have a public information meeting for those 2 permits. We're saying as of step 4, September 7th, that we will put that back in play, because that's when business returns to normal. The other issue that we have that can be addressed under Bill 10 is this requirement for public hearings. So right now we're doing them electronically, and Bill 10, but it's all based on orders that have come either from the minister or the public health officer saying that you can close meetings to the public, you can suspend those bylaw amendments that aren't regulatory, like if it's just a zoning bylaw instead of an OCP. And they're saying that when we start relaxing these guidelines, you need to change your procedure bylaw so that you can still do it electronically, as long as, and then this is where the conditions come in, as long as the public still has access and they have the opportunity to participate. So either over the telephone or through a video package. So we need to bring that on. We're talking about the non-regulatory public hearings that we do before the board right now for just zoning changes. We're saying as of step 4, we should go back to doing public hearings on those non-regulatory issues. And we're saying we're sort of flagging for committee that the only way we can do these electronic meetings and meet these regulations is if we do them in the boardroom. So where previously we had sent mostly all of the public information meetings and public hearings out to the electoral areas, we can do that, but then you have to provide access at a physical location. We can't do that electronic stuff if we're not in the boardroom. To get the cameras and to provide the opportunity for that remotely is not possible for us right now. So that would be a trade-off that the board would have to consider. And then the other part is our board commission meetings. So what we're saying is with these changes in Bill 10, that we should come back into normal session as of step 4. And I know there might be consideration under step 3, but it's really step 4 that we return to normal. But we're also saying that with these provisions in Bill 10, that we should continue with the electronic participation as well. So as you recall, before the pandemic started, we didn't have the capability to live stream or to record and put up meetings of the regional district or our select committees on the web. With the COVID money that the board has identified for improving our electronic capability, to this point, Danny's either been borrowing the equipment we're using or piloting licenses on some of these electronic platforms. We're going to have to buy that. So that's what the COVID money was for. So we're saying that in the future, when we come back on step 4, with the ability for the members to sit around the board table, that we also want to live stream and record and still allow participation electronically, and not only by members, but by the public as well. So they can view without actually coming into the boardroom. So that is what the recommendations are about, Madam Chair. And then also as far as delegations go, right now we've been really just telling them they have to appear electronically by September. They should be able to come back into the boardroom if we need them, but we'd still prefer them electronically, because with the cameras, we're going to have to make some changes to how we set up the boardroom in order to get everybody on screen. So we're not sure what the delegation's capability will be. I think I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair, and then we can have discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. Did anybody have any questions or feedback? Director McCordoff, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I know that we have to plan for what might happen and what likely will happen, but we certainly don't want to get ahead of ourselves and put things on the table and expect that things are more normal and then have to take things back. So I believe in England right now, they're having to sort of take things back a little bit. So I do think the wording on the step 3 and step 4 is important. And the earliest that step 3 will start is July 1st. And the earliest that step 4 will be is September the 7th. So I think we need to be a little bit careful, because something might come up. There could be a variant that causes a fair amount of problems. And I'm just worried that I agree with what you said, CAO Newell, that we need to move forward a little bit, but I think we need to be cautious, and we need to make sure that we have a comfort level for everybody that is going to take part. An example is the water science forum that was, we had planned to have it about the middle of October in Asuyas. We have now realized that that is assuming a lot of things, and it has now been changed to April of 2022, because we know that a lot of the provincial officers would not be able to have travel okayed in time to do that. So I think that we're quite happy that things are moving forward, and that we've got clinics and people are getting their vaccines, and we've got 75% of people having their first vaccines. I still think we need to be a little bit cautious about this and keep all of the protocols in place until we're absolutely sure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with any feedback or suggestions? Director Sentis, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fully respectful of what Director McCordoff has said, and I agree. But as I reread the comments that CAO Newell was making, in it says, in respect to all of these, until implementation of step 4. Until implementation of step 4. So I think that's our safeguard. I agree we need to be cautious. And I'm hoping that's the avenue of caution. None of this is going to happen without the implementation of step 4. Am I correct in reading that?
CAO?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Correct, thank you.
Can I just add one?
Yes.
So I'm also concerned about the deadlines because we are still evolving, and this has been such an impossible virus to predict. But at step 3, we lose our capability to close meetings and to hold electronic meetings in the form that we're doing without changing our procedure bylaw. So as a bureaucrat, I want to make sure that the board is ready to fill that gap if those occur. So that's why we took out dates and just referred to the steps. I think the province will be the ones that determine when these steps come into play, but we better be ready once they enact them, or we lose a lot of those capabilities that we have right now under the ministerial orders and the public health orders.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Director Knotel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank CAO Newell for his work on this. The importance of maintaining these electronic meetings. Not all of us like them, but they have proven very beneficial for some of us, myself included. And I would like to see them maintained in a best way. Not that I'll never come to another meeting and in person, but it still has benefits, and I'm seeing those benefits inside my ET and with other people in the community. So it's a valuable resource that's been forced upon it, and it would be wise for us to take advantage of it in the best way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody willing to move the administrative recommendation? Director Bauer, seconded by Director Monteith. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I will call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. That takes us to the end of corporate services. We are adjourned with corporate services. Next up is Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and we do have a delegation, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule here by about 10 minutes. So I just want to see, Danny, do we have the delegation? We do. Okay, that's wonderful. Then we're going to proceed, and I'll turn things over to Chair Gettins. Go ahead, please, Chair Gettins.
Thank you, Chair Kazakovich. Could I get I'll get the meeting called to order, and if I can get a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Thank you, Director Monteith, seconded by Director Robinson. All in favor? Any opposed? Fantastic. And I'm just taking a look here. I see Ms. Price, but I thought Bryn White was going to join us as well.
I'm here.
Is that you, Bryn? Oh.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Great. I can't actually see you on the screen, but maybe that's, oh, there you are. Okay, thanks. All right, you know what, I will just refer this item to CAO, and it's the Nature Conservancy of Canada for information. CAO.
Oh, no, Madam Chair, I've been informed that Bryn is going to introduce the speaker.
Oh,
great.
Great, thank you. Ms. White, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Gettins. And if our technical person, Danny, if you wouldn't mind just enabling me to share one slide here, that would be great. Thank you very much. For everyone who knows me, my name is Bryn White. Thanks very much, Danny. I'm the administrator of the South Okanagan Conservation Fund on behalf of the regional district and the participating member municipalities. I'm just here this morning for a quick introduction to this Conservation Fund supported project and to Barb Price, the Nature Conservancy of Canada. I'll be providing a little bit more of a detailed update to you later in the board agenda today. But for now, in this committee, we just wanted to highlight some of the really good work that's being funded by the Conservation Fund. So today we have a presentation, a virtual tour of this South Okanagan Conservation Fund project that supported an acquisition of a conservation property. And we'll have the tour with Barb Price. She's the Southern Interior Program Director for the Nature Conservancy of Canada. So proposals for land securements under the Conservation Fund can come anytime during the year. Which is really important to be able to kind of address time-sensitive nature of acquisitions. So this project is a fee simple acquisition, 311 acres in Area A, so northwest of Osoyoos, and funding in the amount of $266,000 was approved by the board in July of 2020, and the project closed in December of the same year. So our investment through the Conservation Fund was about 20% of the project value, which helped to leverage a really significant amount of funding from other sources, so over 1 million from outside the region. So I'll let Barb queue up her screen and take us away to the Sage and Sparrow Conservation Area.
Thank you, Bryn. And thank you, Regional District Board, for inviting me to share a little bit of nature with you this morning. WebEx is new to me, so I did do a practice with Danny the other day, so hopefully this is going to work. I'm hopeful. Can you see my screen? No. Danny, it's showing an orange border there. Share.
There you go.
There we go.
Ah, yes. Awesome. Will wonders never cease. All right. Well, thank you so much again. And you're going to hear me say this a couple of times as I talk about the Nature Conservancy of Canada, a little bit about us if you're new to my organization. Why are we working in the South Okanagan-Similkameen? And of course, I'll tell you a bit about the addition to the Sage and Sparrow Conservation Area. But what I will repeat throughout is to thank you very much for your support for conservation and for the Nature Conservancy of Canada's work here. Oops, forgive me. So the Nature Conservancy of Canada is a national organization, and we work all across Canada. We're Canada's leading national conservation organization. We've protected about 5.5 million acres since 1962. So we work in every province across Canada. We're a private nonprofit charity, and we love partnerships. So we work with individuals and companies, Indigenous communities, governments at all levels, and we're all about protecting biodiversity through land purchases and long-term stewardship of the properties that we acquire. So our vision is to support a world where Canadians conserve nature in all of its diversity. And we're all about safeguarding the lands and waters that sustain life for all of us. So a little bit about our values. We're all about the long term. We're managing, or our conservation wants to respect nature's processes. We manage lands and waters for their natural values today and for the future as well. We're all about science, and we're guided by the best available science in conservation. And we're committed to continuous learning. We want to find practical ways and resourceful solutions to conserving nature and all the conservation challenges that brings. We respect nature and people. We know that nature is really important for mind, body, and soul in people as well, and spending time in nature is really important for people's health. And we've really seen that in the last year and a bit with COVID. People are reaching out to nature to reinvigorate their spirits and well-being. We work to the highest ethical and professional standards. We're transparent and accountable to our supporters. And we, as I mentioned, we really love collaborating. No one entity can do this work on their own. And so we try to collaborate wherever we can. So the way we work to protect Canada's most ecologically significant land and water is we buy land, we accept land donations, we've retired resource extraction permits and licenses here in BC and elsewhere. Our work is really focused on private land where the threats to habitats tend to be the greatest. And as mentioned before, partnerships and science is really important to us in our work. Okay, I thought I skipped a slide there, sorry. So I just want to talk a bit about our work here in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. We've been working in this landscape since 2002. And why are we here? Why have we decided that it's so important for the Nature Conservancy of Canada to work in the South Okanagan-Similkameen? This is one of Canada's most critically endangered ecosystems. There are plants and animals that exist here and nowhere else in Canada. The grasslands that are so prominent in the lower elevations in the Okanagan-Similkameen, they create less than 1% of the land base in British Columbia, and yet over 30% of the species at risk occur on these grasslands. It's the northern extent of a dry grassland ecosystem, and it's under significant threat. And since 2002, we've invested about $15 million in land securement. So I just want to tell you the story about the Sage and Sparrow Conservation Area. And, you know, this is actually one of the Nature Conservancy of Canada's flagship conservation areas in Canada. So you can see on the map, this is a Soyuz. Here's a Soyuz Lake. These green areas on the map are part of the South Okanagan Grasslands Protected Area. And, you know, so we are working within the larger landscape that's currently under discussion for the National Park Reserve. And that has been going on since about 2002, I believe. And so, you know, we will be good neighbors with whoever ends up being adjacent to us, whether it's BC Parks or Parks Canada, you know, depending on how and when that process unfolds. And so we anticipate retaining ownership of the lands that we hold in that area. And as I said, we'll collaborate with whoever our neighbors happen to be. So our first two acquisitions were in 2012, and we purchased this piece from a rancher and this one from another rancher. We did both of those projects at the same time, but they were two completely separate conservation securement projects for us. This is a picture of the one on the east side. We call it Sagebrush Slopes, and it's named after the vast expanse of sagebrush that occurs on that property. This one's 801 acres. This is a view from Sparrow Grasslands, which is 483 acres. And just for fun, you can see the Similkameen River here to the south. That is in the United States, and in the distance, that's Orville that you can see from this property. So in 2013, we added this middle chunk, which we call South Block. That's an additional 1,836 acres. This was really an exciting acquisition because we were now able to connect the two protected areas on either side of us, and creating this east-west connectivity is really important in the conservation world. This is a picture of South Block in the fall. Again, I hope the pictures speak for themselves about how gorgeous this landscape is. Then in 2015, we carried on. We were approached by, I guess, a fourth landowner, and we picked up this 320 acre parcel, which we call Kit Car. That's how it's known locally. And so again, you can see this east-west connectivity, which is really important for conservation. And we're starting to build a north-south corridor here as well. One really cool thing about this particular property, and it's a little bit different than the first three, is that there's a bit more interior Douglas fir dry forest. There's more aspen, and there's a large lake called Kit Car Lake, and that's about 10 acres. Okay, so here we come to the Sage and Sparrow expansion property right here, and this is the one that was supported by the South Okanagan Conservation Fund. We had been contacted by the landowner in early 2019. They had been talking to a realtor about selling that property, and so it was under critical threat. I'm hoping that these maps tell a story about connectivity and how we've been building that. We've now connected the South Okanagan Grasslands Protected Area in the north all the way down to the Canada-US border. And again, you know, this east-west connectivity continues to be critical. So this was a just under $1.3 million project. As Bryn mentioned at the beginning, the South Okanagan Conservation Fund provided $266,000 of that project. And so I just, again, want to thank you so much for approving our application there. It just made a world of difference to this project. So these parcels have two large wetlands on them, and as you know, water is really critical in this arid landscape, and so we were thrilled to be adding even more diversity to the mosaic of ecosystems across the Sage and Sparrow Conservation Area. This wetland and another one on the property is just teeming with waterfowl. There's western painted turtle, amphibians. We've got blotched tiger salamander there. I was up there on Tuesday and had a pleasant encounter with a gopher snake. So just to take a bit of a tour of this this new acquisition, we do have sagebrush grasslands on the property, blue bunch wheatgrass grasslands, and there's some rugged terrain out there as well, which is really important for certain species such as snakes, and sometimes bats use it as well. Here's an overview of our Douglas fir forests on that property. Beautiful wildflowers out there. Here we've got silky lupins, shrubby penstemons. And bears love this property. We've seen all kinds of sign. I've seen a couple of bears out there myself, and here you can see how they've been climbing the aspen trees on this new acquisition. Oops, not too far. And here's an overview of the trembling aspen stands, the grasslands, the Douglas fir forests. I was really hoping to take the board out there this spring. That offers stands, of course, and hopefully we can plan for that sometime when we're not so worried about COVID protocols and safety. So here's some of the special species that call the sage and sparrow conservation area home. We've documented over 62 federally and provincially listed species. And I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think this is probably one of the most diverse properties that we have in the Nature Conservancy of Canada's portfolio across the country. So here we've got the common poorwill. This is a rare butterfly called half-moon hairstreak. This is a sage thrasher, and there's only, 2 or 3 documented occurrences of this species in the South Okanagan. Here's our beloved painted turtle, British Columbia's only freshwater turtle species. This is a Lyle's Mariposa lily. Of course, we've got bitterroot, and this is a pallid bat, which we were thrilled to find out that we have on the conservation area as well. Oops. And a few more just to wrap up. This is a yellow-bellied racer, badger, black bear, burrowing owl. This is a Townsend's big-eared bat, and Grand Coulee owl clover. Again, we have one of the largest populations of this species on the sage and sparrow conservation area. And of course, we've got rattlesnakes, and this is a cute little spadefoot, one of our amphibians. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for all that you've done. First off, by approving the South Okanagan Conservation Fund, and for approving the Nature Conservancy of Canada's application to purchase this land. And so that's my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain. I don't know if I've gone over time, but I thank you for your time.
No, you're good. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Price. I see a question actually from Director Bush.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and thank you for the excellent presentation. Now, when the ranchers sell their land or whatever, is there still grazing rights allowed on this land?
There is on a portion of it. We have a lease to actually relatives of the rancher that we bought the Sagebrush Slopes property from, and they do continue to graze that portion of the conservation area. So yes, we love ranchers. They own a lot of grasslands in British Columbia, and so we welcome opportunities to work with them where we can. And we've been pretty successful in showing how conservation and cattle grazing can work together to benefit both conservation and the continuation of ranching.
Right. So I really want to support this way of preserving land rather than natural, or national park, sorry. Because agriculture is still allowed, but if we go to a national park, our province loses any kind of control over grazing rights and the loss of thousands of acres of agricultural land. So I really in favor of supporting the biological efforts this way. I think this is the way to go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Bush. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? No? I'm not seeing any, but I do. Oh, sorry, Director Trainer, did you have a question? Um, okay, I'm not seeing any. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I always love it when we get to see these parts of the South Okanagan-Similkameen in photos like this, and sometimes for the first time. It's quite inspiring work for sure. So thank you for bringing it to the board table. If there are no other business for this committee, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn, please. Thank you, Dr. Stenton, seconded by Dr. Monteith. All in favor? Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Chair Gettins. So directors, we're a little bit early, but we were going to be having our lunch break from 11:15 to 11:45. So we will take a break now and start promptly at 11:45. We do have 2 delegations then for protective services. So have a great early lunch and we'll see you at 11:45. Thank you.
Bye.
Riley, thank you for that thing on auxiliary policing.
You're welcome. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
It is, but just for the record, more and more police are wondering whether they shouldn't be separating themselves from Ottawa. And I get their concern. The management model is kind of flawed. The police are good, but the management model.
Model of it.
Yeah, it's become over politicized, I think, and it's concerning.
Well, yeah, it's good they're asking questions. Hey, before we go on, Rick, look at this puppy.
Isn't he pretty? Oh, he's a cutie.
I know.
Oh.
I've got 4. I've got 4 of them in my room right now with me. They're all a month old.
Why do you have 4 puppies?
Because the dog we own is their mama, and so we've had them for the first 4 weeks of their lives, and then they go back to the breeder. They're all sold, thank God, because I love this from the best.
Oh.
We have 4 at home now, and one of them's a 9-month-old pup at 100 pounds. He's a handful.
He's a handful. Well, it's been the greatest month ever raising these little guys. It's been so fun. I don't want to let them go. I have to get them back this weekend.
They're like kids. They
I
get
know.
into your heart.
I know, and like we're all very attached. Probably too attached.
It's kind of
get up at
on
night,
our
though?
farm that we can't do livestock. You know, if we got a pig, it would get a name and die of old age. We'd have a damn funeral for the thing.
That's funny. Do you have to get up at night with the puppies and try to potty train them or no? No.
No, they're still being taken care of by the mama, which is why they have to go back this weekend because we're not really set up for 5 dogs. But she'll go back and get them on food, and then they go to their forever homes.
Aww.
Yeah, it's been fun though. It's really cute.
Try as hard as you might, there'll be tears.
What's that?
Try as hard as you might, there'll still be tears.
I know. I'm hoping that this one gets left behind somehow. Judy, these are the puppies that Barb thinks you should look at getting. This is like the mini one of the boy dog that you just had.
Who are you speaking to, Riley?
I can't. To Judy. Judy said this used to have a puppy that's the same breed, but this is a miniature.
What is that? Are they Labradoodles?
Yeah, they're miniature Labradoodles.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I had a fabulous regular sized Labradoodle for 10 years and miss him terribly. I thought they were chocolate labs. I can appreciate your falling in love with them. Yeah, but
yeah, they look like chocolate labs, hey?
Yeah.
They'll get curlier.
Oh, of course they will. Are all of them the same?
Go ahead, please.
Sorry?
Are they all the same color, Riley?
No, do you want to see another one?
Yeah.
Can we remove the timer, Dan, please? Okay, directors, it's time to get started again.
Oh my God.
Move on with Protective
know.
Services Committee, and I will turn things over to Director Roberts. Go ahead, please, Chair Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask someone to, for the motion to approve the agenda for the Protective Services Committee. I see Director Sentes and Director Knodel. Okay, could I turn this over now to CAO Newell to open up with our Similkameen flood risk assessment and flood mapping? I don't know what that is.
Dinner's ready. Phil was cooking something.
Oh, the timer.
It's a timer.
Yeah.
What is our timer? Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we do now have the report on the Similkameen flood risk assessment that was done by ECORA, and we have a delegation that is over in the Similkameen room that's going to present that to committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Caleb Pomeroy, and he'll introduce the team and get us going on the report.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, my name is Caleb Pomeroy. I'm a principal at Watershed Engineering here in Ticton. I was involved in the response to the Similkameen flooding in 2018 through the EOC and assisted in writing the grants for this project with UBCM. And once it was awarded, was brought on as the project manager to help write the RFP for the project and then provide technical review through the development of the study, which you're going to get see here soon. So this project basically provides the foundational technical information to understand the risks and hazards related to flooding on the Similkameen and Tulameen River. It was a regional study looking at basically the watershed scale for the flood risk assessment, and then we updated flood mapping for the flood mapping areas identified on the presentation to follow. So this will provide the key foundational technical information moving forward for any updated flood hazard or flood construction levels, identification of hazard areas, emergency response and management, and also provides basically a starting point for if any future flood mitigation planning. This provides the modeling that can be based on. So I'm going to now hand it over to ECORA, who is going to present their study.
Thanks, Caleb. Yeah, I'd like to thank the board for having us here today to share our study with you. My name is Barrett Van Vliet. I'm one of the engineers who participated in the development of these results. And I'm also joined here with my colleague Spencer Malott, who is also a hydrotechnical engineer and worked extensively on the flood mapping portion. So here we just have an overview of what we'll be discussing here today. I'll be providing some of the project background, and then Spencer will take you through the methods we took to develop flood mapping and share with you the results and some of our recommendations going forward. So our team was quite large on this project. of course, Caleb was the project manager who represented the RDOS, but we also had joint cooperation with Princeton and Carameus, who had a three-way split on the grant funding. We included our First Nation partners in the region, such as LSIB and USIB, and then as well as our provincial partners who provided much historical information for the region. So just to provide some historical context, I'm sure many of you are quite aware of what happened in 2018 along the Similkameen River, but there was some extensive flooding, which you can see in the photo there. That's the Chopaka Bridge, which is just north of the US border. The Similkameen River has quite a bit of history to it that is gauged and gave us a good foundation of comparing how the 2018 event compared. Doing so, we were able to determine that that was somewhere around a 30-year event. And to put that into context, most of our flood protection design is for a 200-year event, so it's a relatively small occurrence in comparison. You can see there with some of those flow values that 2018 was actually quite a small flow in comparison to 1972, which is the largest flood on record. And 1972 was even smaller than our design 200-year event. During this 2018 flood, there were observations made within Carameus and Princeton where, in fact, the water levels were quite close to overtopping that dike, which was found to be quite concerning. If that did occur, there'd be quite significant flood damage. So these events kind of gave the region a wake-up call and promoted the RDOS, Princeton, and Carameus to pursue the UBCM grant funding, which drove this project. So the project was broken into 3 phases. The initial phase included a risk assessment, which was based on national guidelines. It went through the flood risks to the greater Similkameen River watershed. Once the risks were identified, it pushed us into phase 2, which had some detailed flood mapping, which painted a picture of what magnitude these risks were within highly populated regions along the river's corridor. And then phase 3 was a development of mitigation strategies. RDOS was not involved in this portion due to funding limitations, so only Princeton and Carameus took part in phase 3. So you can see here the extent of the study area. The flood risk assessment, which was phase 1, included the whole area in pink there, which included electoral areas B, G, and H. And then as far as the phase 2 flood mapping goes, we took a closer look at highly populated areas surrounding the Tulameen, Princeton, and Carameus areas, which included the township and village boundaries, as well as Costin and Colmont, to name a couple larger centers there. So just to present some of our findings of phase 1, we went through the flooding and looked at historical maps to see what kind of impacts would occur if significant inundation from a 2-year event occurred. So this looked at people and society impacts, so that would include injury, death, or displacement of individuals. We looked at environmental impacts, so damage to sensitive habitat areas along the river's corridor, financial impacts, so disruption of productive economy and damage or loss of homestead. And then we looked at how the public would perceive such an event. Going through the NDMP, which is the National Risk Assessment Framework for Flooding, we developed a cumulative risk rating for each region, and doing so, it became quite clear that there's a significant risk to each region within the study. We also were able to estimate some of the direct losses that could occur of from a 200-year flood event, and they are quite substantial. There is a significant range in cost there, with the lower end being if properties could be repaired, whereas the upper end being if properties had to be fully replaced. These dollar values were based off of information that we gathered from a recent event which was the flooding in Grand Forks. So this kind of paints a good picture of what kind of risks are actually present here. And then one of the final large findings of our risk assessment was the concern of orphan dikes within the study area. So there are a number of areas along the Similkameen that are protected by dikes that are not assigned any ownership, whether it be provincial or municipal, and they are they're in some poor condition throughout. Some of this was observed during the 2018 events when water was actually seeping through the dike structures, which is quite concerning. So phase 2, Spencer was heavily involved in, so I'm going to pass it off to him to give you guys a run through that.
Yeah, thanks, Barrett. So as you mentioned, my name is Spencer Malott. I'm a water resources engineer at Ecora, and I was largely responsible for going through the phase 2 of this study, which is the actual development of the hydraulic models as well as the flood maps. And so we'll talk a little bit about, we won't get too far into the nitty-gritty details of how we develop the models or anything like that, but we'll provide a bit of background on that, as well as what types of flood maps we created, and then we'll touch on some of the results in some of the more areas of concern, and then we'll field some questions there at the end. So at a high level, the flood maps were developed in kind of a 3-step process. The first step involved a collection of data. In this case, we used LiDAR data, which is very useful for mapping the ground surface. We had to go in and collect stream cross sections because LiDAR, it doesn't actually penetrate water surface. So we had to go in and kind of create a map or a topography map of the stream channel itself. And then we had to do a hydrologic analysis to come up with what the design flows were going to be that we would feed into the hydraulic model. So once we had all that information, we put that in a 2-dimensional HEC-RAS model. And when we were happy with all that, then we could move into the flood map production phase. So we're not really going to, like I said, touch too much on the actual modeling itself, but focusing a little bit more on the flood maps and the results. So the flood map production involved running multiple different scenarios. That includes different design flood magnitudes, which we'll touch on in a second here. And then we developed several different types of flood maps, which included flood depth, flood hazard, and flood construction level maps. So unfortunately, right off the bat, we were struck with a bit of a delay. And so there was a delay in actually acquiring the LiDAR data. RDOS had secured funding from the province, and they were ready to go and actually go collect that data. But the province kind of walked that back, and I think they decided that they would want, to collect the data themselves, just in favor of being, in favor of them having control over the data set, because they were collecting large amounts of data across the province. But unfortunately, this contributed to a bit of a delay in getting things going. And then tragically, there was a plane crash that killed 2 pilots, and there was some of this LiDAR data that was collected for the Okanagan area and Similkameen area was on board. And so, tragically, we lost 2 lives as well as some very important data. So that created a bit more of a delay as well on the project. But eventually, things did get back on the rails, and all that data was made available, and we were able to move into making some progress. So again, skipping over how we developed the models, we're going to touch on the different types of maps that we created. So the 3 main types of maps were, as I mentioned, inundation depth mapping, hazard rating maps and flood construction level maps. These maps also give us sort of that overall floodplain extent. So in order to actually create these maps, we had to run several different modeling scenarios, and part of what went into those scenarios was determining what the design flood magnitude would be. So we actually have maps of 3 different sizes of flooding, starting with the Q20 or the 20-year flood. This is kind of a legacy size of flood that looks at setting elevations for septic system setback and things like that. The 200-year flood is the one that's more traditionally used for designing flood mitigation measures and anything related to mitigation against flood impacts. The 200 years is kind of the standard for using there. And what that kind of represents is a flood that has the annual probability of occurring of about 0.5%. And then we also looked at the Q500 or the 500-year event. This one is not as traditionally used, and the reason why we looked at it in this case was because of the elevated risk profile that was present in the area. EGBC guidelines recommend looking at this larger event, and in the event that there is an elevated risk present. So these are the 3 flooding events that we used to develop the flood maps. So the first type of flood map, the inundation depth map, what this does is the model tells us what the water elevation is going to be throughout our model area or our study area, and we can subtract the land surface elevation, and it gives us a depth of water that's going to be expected under those flooding conditions. So this type of map is useful for emergency response planning, development planning. It can help quantify the impacts of floods as well as determine what the flooding extents are. So you can see the colors on the map correlate to a depth of flooding, which is presented in this table on the left. So you can see that the yellow is shallow all the way up to purple, which is deeper areas, and each one of those regions has a certain level of damage or expected impacts that could be associated with that type of flooding. So the next type of hazard map that we developed, this is referred to as a flood hazard rating. This is sort of a provincial standard method of taking both the flood depth as well as the flood velocity and converting that into a score, which is related to the hazard of the flood to people, or it can be related to infrastructure or things like that. In this case, we've got the hazard rating as it would affect people. So green is low, yellow, moderate, orange, high, and red is a very dangerous situation. So this is a useful, easy to understand map that you can kind of look at and say, okay, we can really focus in on areas where we see, the orange or the red and things like that. So this is, again, useful for emergency response planning and provides an easy to understand visual reference of what the flood risk and flood hazard is for a particular area. So then the final type of map that was created was the flood construction level and floodplain extents mapping. So what this is it takes our simulated flood elevations and we add a freeboard. You can kind of think of that as a factor of safety in a way. So there's a 60-centimeter freeboard that's added to that predicted elevation, and that gets spread across our study area here to come up with what our predicted floodplain extents are. So those floodplain extents are what's represented as the blue shade on this map. And then we also have those elevations, which include that freeboard. Those are the contours on this map, and those represent the flood construction levels. So if development were to occur within the floodplain or that blue area, the flood construction level tells us, okay, it's safe to do so only above this elevation. So again, these maps represent the official floodplain, and they're going to be most useful for regulatory and planning purposes. So that should give you an overview of the types of flood maps that are available, and now we'll focus in on some of the RDOS areas of concern. So the 3 Barrett mentioned three study areas that we focused in on for the flood mapping portion of the study. There was the Tulameen area, the Princeton area, and kind of the Carameus area. So starting off with the Tulameen area, this will give you an idea of the size and the scale of maps that were produced. So those squares show the different map windows for this particular study area. So there's 4 map sheets at the 1 in 5,000 scale. And so this area represents a chunk of electoral area H, and it includes the community of Colmont as well as Tulameen and a portion of that Otter Lake shoreline there. So as I just mentioned, yeah, our primary areas of concern are the more populated areas of Tulameen and Colmont. These areas are also of concern because they rely largely on protection from orphan dikes. And as Barrett mentioned, these orphan dikes are dike structures that don't have a management body or anyone who's responsible for maintaining or upgrading them and making sure they're up to the appropriate standards. So they're more vulnerable to failure and falling into disrepair. So if we look at this map here that's shown, the blue extents show the newly predicted floodplain extents. The red outline shows the previous floodplain extents. And you can see for the most part, they're pretty similar with the exception of a few areas, one being in the community of Tulameen there. But the main reason why they're pretty similar is because of the river valley is pretty steeply incised. So there's not a whole lot of area for the water to go. So it's strongly constrained by the topography in this area. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the flood levels are the same. It just doesn't have a lot of extra area to go, but up. So zooming in on the Tulameen area, this is again an example of the flood depth map or flood inundation depth map for the 1 in 200 year event. Some of the flooding mechanisms in this area include high lake levels in Otter Lake as well as flooding in Otter Creek. And then flooding can also enter the community from the south from the Tulameen River. And at the moment, the orphan dike on the southwest kind of portion of the community there is doing a good job at protecting the community, at least from a flood elevation perspective, but it is an orphan dike and it is vulnerable to damage and failure. So there is a possibility that this area is still at an elevated risk as a result of that dike, requiring some managing authority to step up and take responsibility for it. So that same area, this is the flood construction level map for that particular area. Again, this has that flood level plus that 60 centimeters of freeboard. So this is telling us where it's kind of safe to develop and over what elevations it's safe to develop. The floodplain you can see here occupies pretty much the whole residential area. If we compare the flood construction levels to the previous study that was done in the 80s, we predict an increase in flood construction level of 70 centimeters, for example, at the fire hall. And then at the shoreline area of Otter Lake, we predict an increase in flood construction level of about 13 centimeters. So it varies from location to location, and you'll see that more through some of the other results there. Moving downstream to the Colmont site, this is a similar area as far as kind of the population density. It's mostly residential infrastructure. This area is protected by an orphan dike as well. That's vulnerable to overtopping under the 200-year scenario, and it's also vulnerable to damage under some smaller flooding scenarios. And if it were to become damaged, then you could see smaller flood events doing a similar amount of damage to some of the larger flood events as well. Again, the flood construction level, here's an example where we actually predict the flood construction level to decrease by about 15 centimeters. So the decrease is as a result of, we have a more advanced model that we're using to predict the flooding in this area. So it's sort of a conceptual difference in the way that the flooding is modeled in this area that's protected by a dike. And we can get into the details on that if you want, but just know that there is some areas where the flood construction level increases and other areas where it actually does decrease. So moving on to the Princeton study area, this was largely made up of the municipal area, but there is some electoral area H on the upstream and downstream side of Princeton. And this is where the Tulameen and the Similkameen River meet. And you can see here, if we compare the previous and the existing floodplain extents mapping, there's fairly significant change in the floodplain within the actual sort of that town center of Princeton. But everywhere else, it's it's fairly similar as a result, again, of that strong kind of valley confinement that you see. That's typical of the Similkameen River corridor. Moving into some more focused results. So this is just focusing in on one of the RDOS electoral area H that's within this floodplain mapping limit. You can see here there's plenty of areas that don't have any dike protection at all. And as a result, you see water spilling into the floodplain. So the dark purple kind of represents the main channel of the Similkameen River. And then you can see flooding occurring at shallower depths within the floodplain areas on the side of the channel. You get some flood protection from Highway 3, and that's kind of common throughout, a common theme throughout the area, where you do get some sort of, I don't know about unexpected, but some additional protection from some of this other infrastructure like highways and roads that aren't necessarily designed to behave like a dike, but they do give that added benefit in some locations. But overall, there's not a ton of dike protection, and where there is dike protection, further to the lower limit of the mapping limit here, that dike is expected to be overtopped during this 200-year flood scenario. In this particular case, within that area where the dike is overtopped, we predict an increase in the flood construction level by, I think it's about 80 centimeters. My eyes are failing me a little bit, but I think that's what it is. So yeah, in this particular area, we're expecting that increase. Moving on to the Karameas area, this is the biggest of the 3 study areas. It's 8 map sheets at the 1 in 5,000 scale. It includes electoral area G, B, LSIB territory, and it also contains the village of Karameas municipal area, and there's some other more populated communities as well, such as the Costin area a little further downstream. Again, if we compare the floodplain, mapping limits to before, it's pretty strongly controlled again by the valley walls, but in some of the flatter low-lying areas, we do see an increase as a result of the increased design flow in this particular study. So there's numerous populated areas with the village of Karameas and Costin representing the highest risk areas. And then there's some other sort of sparsely, relatively populated areas within the agricultural zones. And there's some RV parks along the river as well, which we saw during the 2018 flooding experienced some damage as they're, set quite closely to the river's edge. Barrett mentioned this, but one of the major risks in this area is the number of orphan dikes that are present. There's a ton of orphan dikes that line the river corridor in this area, and I think the village of Karameas is the only section of dike where there's actually a managing authority over that dike. Interestingly, if we take a look at, despite the village actually, owning and maintaining dike, the section of dike upstream of the village of Karameas is vulnerable to overtopping during the 200-year flooding scenario, and that actually causes water to enter into the village and become sort of trapped behind their dike. So despite them, taking responsibility and ownership of this structure, they're still vulnerable to flooding from, other sources. And so yeah, and the flooding in that area can actually become exacerbated because there's not a lot of drainage available to relieve the floodwaters from behind that dike. As an example, in this area, so the flood construction level contours. So within the village of Karameas at the wastewater treatment plant, we expect or predicted the flood construction levels to increase by 90 centimeters. So close to a meter, which is pretty significant in that area. And then it's not shown on this map, but a little further upstream where there was some issues in 2018 at some of the RV parks. In this particular case, the Suncatchers RV Park, we expect the flood construction level there to increase by about 65 centimeters. So pretty significant when it comes to thinking about future development and how to manage where people are, habitating, I guess. So moving downstream a little bit further into the Costin area. So this is back in electoral area B. The major flooding impact from the Similkameen River in this case is actually a backwater effect that goes up the outlet of Karameas Creek. And the flooding could potentially even be worse than what's shown if it coincides with another big flood coming down Karameas Creek. We didn't look at these two floods occurring simultaneously because the probability of that is even lower, but it could potentially happen where you get floods meeting and creating a similarly large or potentially worse effect. But overall, we're seeing flooding backing up, overtopping of dikes in this area, and potentially making its way into the community of Costin here. Here is another one of those examples where we predicted the flood construction level to actually decrease. So we're still seeing significant flooding, but it's actually maybe not as significant as it was previously predicted, despite using larger design flows. Again, that's just more of a conceptual thing with a more advanced two-dimensional model compared to the older approaches that were used in the previous study. So I know that's a lot of information to zip through, and there's a ton more information. As we said, there's 4 map sheets for Tulameen, 4 map sheets for the Princeton area, 8 map sheets for the Karameas area, and each of those areas have multiple scenarios with multiple design flood magnitudes for a total of over 200 flood maps. So there's a ton of stuff there to digest, and obviously we can't touch on every square meter of floodplain today, but hopefully that gives you an idea of what resources are available, and if you're interested in going in and diving into that, all that information has been delivered and will be made available both in map and report format as well as in GIS format. So moving forward, we hope the district will take these maps, adopt the maps, and use them for emergency management purposes, integrate them into the emergency operations center dashboard. The flood construction level maps are going to be useful for replacing the existing floodplain maps and in guiding future development. The maps, would also be useful to be shared with provincial agencies to allow for collaboration in flood response and mitigation. And then, of course, Caleb touched on this earlier in the presentation, but the maps are going to be really sort of a foundation for supporting future flood mitigation works and future flood mitigation applications and grants to the province. And we're pleased to provide you with this resource, and hopefully it's able to help you move forward in strengthening the flood protection within the regional district. So with that, we'll end it there, but we're happy to provide context or clarification on any questions that you may have about the report or the maps or the presentation or what have you. So again, thanks for having us, and fire away, I guess.
Thank you very much. I'd like to again thank you as the ECORA team and the work that was done. It was very in depth and a lot for us to chew on. So first off, anyone that has questions for the ECORA team? Director Bush.
Thank you, Chair. And I noticed you took pictures of the Chapaka Bridge flooding area, and did you do maps of that area too?
I think that was that south of our, just outside of the study
beyond
area.
the boundary of the flood maps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because obviously that Chapaka Bridge area is a bottleneck for the Similkameen River, and even last year it flooded that farm out where we never had any problems anywhere else. And I just think it needs to be pointed out to the provincial government that, if and when they ever put a new bridge in there, that they need to make it wider to help prevent the flooding backing up of the river. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Any other questions for the ECORA group? Okay, well, thank you. Very well presented, and a lot of material for us to definitely go through. And again, in support of us taking information to the province, we definitely want to make sure we do all that we can to mitigate issues that could lead to us having what Grand Forks had. Again, thank you. And if there's nothing else, anybody? Okay, so I would just say, again, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. And I'll pass this over to CAO Newell in regards to setting us up for our next presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A while ago, we had a request from committee to request a delegation from BC Ambulance, and Mr. Puskarich is available and ready to respond to that request. So we should turn it over to him, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Mr. Puskarich, and be speaking on behalf of the BC Emergency Services, BC Ambulance. Mr. Puskarich, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Thanks again, everybody, for welcoming us to this. Along with me today, I've invited my director for PCD for the Interior, Paul Swain. And Paul, I'm going to hand it over to you now. Is there he is.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us today. Paul Swain, Director for BCEHS in the Interior. We don't use, or I haven't used WebEx very much. I did send a presentation, and I'm not sure if I can run it from my end. So if I could get some assistance in that, loading the presentation, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, we hope that Danny has that. I can see your PowerPoint.
While we're just waiting, so again, my name is Paul Swain. I look after the interior region for BCEHS, and for us, that is basically the same area that Interior Health looks after, excluding the Cariboo. And we've got a short presentation to go through talking about our new staffing model. Joe and I are available to answer some questions, and there's a follow-up email address as well that we can go through for you. So the main thing we'd like to talk about is our scheduled on-call model, or SOC, which aims to provide rural and remote remote communities with permanent regular jobs for paramedics, with guaranteed wages, including health and wellness benefits, enhanced emergency and community services, and improved paramedic recruitment and retention. If we just look at the background a little bit, if you go to the next slide, please. Could you go back one slide to the rural and remote staffing? Thank you. So historically, BC Ambulance, or currently BCEHS, has relied heavily on on-call paramedic staffing to maintain our service in small communities with lower call volumes. And as you may know, our on-call paramedics provide availability to work each month. They're typically paid on the basis of the calls that they attend or call-outs when they respond to a 911 call or an intra-facility transfer. And that's in addition to the $2 per hour stipend that they receive for being on pager. And we're fortunate to have many dedicated and committed paramedics in so many communities. And this staffing model presents some challenges in attracting new paramedics and keeping them from leaving the community for other work. It's a model that we've had for about 40 years. And one of the challenges that we experience a migration of paramedics from communities seeking larger communities where they can earn a more stable income So it creates some real challenges in staffing in many of our remote and rural communities. So simply put, without that regular predictable income, paramedics put their availability in to cover shifts around their personal commitments and other employment, or they move off to larger communities to try and secure full-time work. If you could go to the next slide, please. So during collective bargaining, we reached an agreement with the paramedics union, and there were a number of initiatives that were agreed to create permanent salary jobs for paramedics, including this new staffing model of scheduled on-call or SOC. So it's a model developed to provide regular, sustainable paramedic work where the 911 call volumes are lower. Paramedics will be provided with 8 hours of work per day guaranteed, and that work will involve community paramedic work or other duties depending on the community. And in many of our communities in the province, this will also increase the community paramedic services that are available. So on their work days, paramedics will respond to emergency calls during their scheduled work hours, and then they'll also be scheduled to be on call for emergency response in their own community after the regular working hours. You can go to the next slide, please. So the implementation of SOC also impacts our current and in many cases our long-serving on-call unit chief roles, and those are the supervisors that we have in our communities. At each station where we have operated with on-call unit chiefs, we're introducing a regular part-time unit chief position or an SOC unit chief role. And in some of our smallest stations, this will be combined with a community paramedic role as well. And this will be the first time that many of our stations will have had a regular, consistent unit chief oversight, and will improve support for our paramedics with enhanced supervision. Next slide, please. So we have 3 variations of the model, and the variations are based on the call volume for the communities. So the pre-hospital SOC model has 4 paramedics working 0.75 or 3/4 of a regular full-time position. And the community paramedic work is separate and in addition to that. And this is for communities that have a higher 911 and transfer call volumes. And we'll have a look at some of those later for some specifics on the regional district itself. We also have a community paramedic SOC model. And this is where we have one individual who would be a combined community paramedic and unit chief working with a second community paramedic. And then we'll have additional paramedics working in the community as well. And this model is utilized in communities that have a slightly lower call volume. And then, as I mentioned, the community paramedic unit chief SOC model is in our smallest communities, where we'll just have one of these positions, and it'll be a combined role of community paramedic and unit chief in those communities. If you go to the next slide, please. So in many of our communities, we'll have we'll see the CP program, the community paramedic program has been expanded. And provincially, we've got about a 25% increase in total hours that are devoted to that program provincially. Where the community paramedic has been offered a new position, it'll include increased hours in a schedule that includes regular and on-call hours. And in communities where we already have the community paramedics in place, they've been offered this new SOC role, and almost all of them have already accepted those new roles. Okay, next slide, please. So how will these changes make a difference? We're hoping that by increasing the number of regular positions in smaller communities, that we'll be able to provide stable employment for paramedics and opportunities to further their careers in these communities. And this transition from a largely on-call workforce to a more regularized staffing model is a first step in stabilizing the staffing in our smaller communities. For these communities, we're hoping to provide more consistent emergency health coverage along with opportunities for paramedics to support the local health services. So as part of this role in our memorandum of understanding with the Paramedics Union, we'll be evaluating the model for intended improvements and impacts, and also help inform opportunities to improve or enhance the model. If you go to the next slide, please. It may be a little bit hard to read on your screens, but you're welcome to share a copy of the document afterwards. So this represents the communities in the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen where we have ambulance stations. The community names are listed in the first column. The numbers are the numbers that we use for the call signs for each of the communities. The first column, or sorry, the next column after that, MPDS, indicates the 911 call volume. Next column over is the transfers completed by those communities. Other responses is, it can include things like vehicle transfers. Hospital delays, which thankfully are not a big issue in the South Okanagan. And then there's also the number of visits done by our community paramedics where we have them located, and then a total volume. So the main and simplest call volume, or pardon me, column to reference would be the MPDS or 911 call volume. And you'll see that in the South Okanagan, that Penticton is our largest community with just over 8,800 calls. And then you'll see call volume for Karameas, Oliver, Osoyoos, Princeton, Summerland listed as well. So we've got some work going on in the office today. If you hear some noise in the background, I apologize for that. Okay, if you could go to the next screen, please. So in the RDOS, this is a description of our new staffing model. So Penticton, we've had no change. It remains with 24/7 full-time staff on one ambulance, accompanied by a day shift ambulance, also full-time, accompanied by a third day shift, pardon me, a third ambulance that is on call. So in total, we have 14 full-time staff in Penticton, and there have been no changes there. In Summerland, previously we had only 2 full-time staff, and with this new model, there'll be an increase of 6 additional full-time positions. In Oliver, we have an addition of 7 full-time positions, and in Osoyoos, we have also an addition of 7 new full-time positions. So in Summerland, Oliver, and Osoyoos, we'll have this model of full-time and supported by the on-call staff as well. Karameas and Princeton are the 2 communities where we've introduced SOC. So we'll have continue to have 2 ambulances staffed in each of these communities. So in Karameas, the first will be a 24/7 pre-hospital SOC model. So that's the focus on the 911 calls, and supported by an on-call crew as well. We'll have a net new of 4 regular part-time positions. Each one will be 0.75 of an FTE. And we've got no change in our community paramedic level. So we'll continue to have the 2 community paramedics working just over half of an FTE. In Princeton, very similar model in that we'll have the pre-hospital SOC with a 911 call focus, supported by an on-call paramedic crew. We have a net new of 3 regular part-time positions, and then again, no changes in the community paramedic model. part of the reason for the difference between Princeton and Keremeos is very many years ago, in the neighborhood of 20 plus, Princeton has had a full-time unit chief. So when that incumbent leaves, this will change to Princeton will reflect the same model that we have in Keremeos. So we'll have 4 regular part-time at that point. So Princeton today still has 1 full-time unit chief, which is why the difference in the regular part-time positions. If we go to the next slide, please. So the changes are happening, they're in the process of happening now on Vancouver Island. We have postings available for our staff to bid on where the changes are happening. And then that will be shortly followed by implementation in the remainder of the province, with the goal to have the postings completed no later than November of this year. In some of the communities in the province, we've also had a corresponding conversion of the Foxtrot staff. And I can explain that a little bit further later, but that would be applicable in Summerland, for example, where in addition to the 2 full-time staff, we had staff staying at the station on a slightly higher rate just to be at the station, and then they would respond on an ambulance call and receive their regular paramedic rate at that point. So all of the Foxtrot positions in the province are going to be coming to an end prior to the end of this collective agreement, which ends in March of 2022. And as we move towards either full-time, regular part-time, or on-call model only. And if you go to the last slide. So we're excited about these changes in our communities, and in many communities, it is an increase in the supervision. It's going to provide better staffing and stability. And we're hopeful that it's going to provide that stabilization to our staffing and more regular, predictable income for our staff that many of them have not had access to previously. We know that we're not going to get it right everywhere, and that there is going to be that evaluation needed, likely some changes needed, and that will be done by monitoring over the next few months following implementation, and again in dialogue with the paramedics union as well. So if you have any questions after the presentation today, Joe and I will try and answer what we can today. And feel free to reach out to the mycommunity@bcehs.ca email address. And that's the address that we have set up to receive those questions on a provincial basis, to make sure that you're getting the accurate and timely responses to your questions and the information that you need. So thank you, and welcome to entertain any questions at the chair's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Very well put, and a lot of information for us to look at. Does anybody here have a question for Mr. Swain or Mr. Piskarik? I see Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Swan, for the presentation. So I right off the bat, when you were talking about improving the services in the rural and remote areas, it comes to mind that I see that we have 7 full-time positions in Oliver and Osoyoos, and good for them. Congratulations. But the Similkameen is quite different. So we have long transportation times, as you can imagine, and we cover a large area that's also very time consumptive. And if we have difficulties to retain and attract community paramedics, then part of the problem seems to me obvious, that part-time jobs are one of the problems. So we get 4 part-time jobs while everybody else gets full-time, despite the fact that I see that we have bigger problems in terms of time and coverage than the South Okanagan would have. So that is my concern, and I'll send you an email on that from council later on, because I think that's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bauer. Any other questions for Mr. Swain or Mr. Piscaric? I see Director Coyne.
Yeah, thank you. So we're losing our full-time unit chief, and you're not going to replace our unit chief. What's the thought behind that? Like, you know, I got lots of concerns here. I got same concerns Director Bauer has. I mean, we have the mine, the mill, and industry here. We cover from Manning Park to Headley, up to Tulameen, Aspen Grove, all the way up through the Princeton Summerland Road. And we're going to have one full-time crew, and the rest are part-times. We're going to have a hard time filling, and we have a hard time filling spots now in Princeton. And we're not going to give anybody full-time jobs like Director Bauer said. We're going to do a bunch of extra, you know, part-time positions. And what are they going to work out to an hour? Like $12 or something like that. I mean, they can go to work at the grocery store and make more money than they're going to make being a paramedic. So, I mean, you can start work in any of our industries at around $20 an hour. Why would you want to do that? And you got first aid, you'll get more right off the bat. So I got some big concerns with this, and I'm pretty sure when industry understands what's going on, they're going to have some big concerns, and you guys are going to get some emails and letters, because I mean, yeah, it sounds great for some people, but I don't see it being a big benefit to the community out here. Thank you.
Mr. Swain or Mr. Piscaric, would you like to respond to any of those so far, those two directors, just in making sure that I can give you time to speak?
No, thank you very much for the questions. I'll try and capture them. And again, if I miss some components, please feel free to follow up later by email. So the changes have been implemented based on a combination of the funding that's available provincially and the call volumes in the communities. So that's why we see the differences in the larger number of full-time staff going into those communities that have a much higher call volume. The Princeton is a really good example, and Joe and I know that we've really been struggling with our staffing in Princeton, with one full-time employee and the remainder of the staff on call with no guaranteed income at all. And that's the model that we've had for the last 40 years, and it's not working. So we're hoping that by providing today, 3 additional regular part-time positions, in addition to the 2 community paramedic positions, that will provide that stable base of income. And so when the paramedics are working, they do receive their regular paramedic rate. So the 0.75 FTE means that the time that they're working, that they're going to be receiving the same rate of pay as a similar paramedic with the same qualifications and years of seniority. So the difference is the after hours on call piece, where the intent is to keep a resource in the community that's able to respond to the 911 calls, and any transfers that come out of the community will go to the second ambulance. So it's likely that we'll see an increase in earnings to those people that are working on the on-call shifts at night, because they're going to be the crews that are doing the transfers, as opposed to only responding to any secondary calls in the community. Have we got everything right? Likely not. But it's a big step forward, and certainly the biggest changes that I've seen in my career, just in terms of trying to stabilize the staffing model that we have.
And Paul, Paul Swain, if I could add as well, Director Coyne, you had mentioned that we're going to be losing our supervision, that we're going to be losing our unit chief. The unit chief, the present unit chief there right now will continue to work her, she'll continue to work there. And when she leaves, then her position, her unit chief position will be replaced by what Paul has said earlier with a 0.75 FTE unit chief. So there will always still be a unit chief in the station.
Sorry about that. Somebody called me and took off my Bluetooth. Thank you, Mr. Swain, for that. I know that next up is Director Coyne Sr. Had a question?
Yeah, with these part-time positions that you're going to create in Princeton, are those folks going to make enough money to be able to actually live in Princeton? Because that's the problem we've been having with, one of the big problems we've been having with the revolving door of paramedics here. And they've been bringing people in for short periods of time or filling in shifts or whatever they're doing. Number one, they don't have a clue where they're going half the time because they're not here long enough to learn the area. And they just kind of throw up their hands and go away. So will these people make enough money to be able to actually live and be part of the community?
Could you speak to that, Mr. Swain, please?
Thank you for the question. And yes, that is our hope. The challenge that I described earlier in the presentation is that the migration of staff. So we'll have people that will come to work somewhere like Princeton or Paramus for a short period of time, and then some will stay, but many more will move on to other communities where they can earn either more or a regular income. So this model is going to introduce that guaranteed income for them, so they know that the time that they're working, they're going to be earning 0.75 of a regular full-time position. So we'll have 4 of those people in the community that will be in the community. And in addition to that, we'll have our on-call paramedics. And if those staff that are working the regular part-time position want to do extra shifts on their days off, they're able to do that. That's their choice. But they don't, what happens today in a lot of our communities is we have staff working almost 100% of the time, days and nights on end in order to try and make a living. And that's not safe or sustainable. So we're hoping that this will address exactly the concern that you have, that we have, is that we have, again, using Princeton as the example, that we have paramedics living and working in Princeton, and that these regular part-time positions will go to people that are there today.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Does that answer your question, Director Coyne?
It's an attempt. I don't think it's going to be a successful attempt. At $2 an hour for standby time for the rest of the time that they're there, I find that actually very offensive to the population of Canada, that we would pay somebody that kind of money. But anyways, that's what you got. So that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe at one point, was it Director Holmes? Did you have your hands up? Yeah, I think, and I do see Director Coyne Jr. as well. So if I get Director Holmes first, just because I glossed over him.
I'm fine, thanks.
All right, so it's to Director Coyne Jr.
Thanks. So follow up, you were talking about the transfers will go to the on-call car. So are those cars going to come back to our community, or are they still going to be, if they're in Penticton or they're in Kelowna and there's a call and they're available, they're gone with all these new full-time cars in these other communities? Because that's one of our concerns too, right? We've had cars that have left the community and, they're gone for quite a while before they get back to our community with other calls and whatnot. So is that something that hopefully will be rectified for, us out here in the sticks?
Mr. Swain?
Thank you. So we have a provincial model, and the advantage of that is that we don't have any boundaries. So in relation to your question, if we have that Princeton ambulance transport a patient to Penticton, the intent is to return them as soon as possible back to Princeton. That's where we want them. However, if the Penticton ambulances are tied up and there's an emergency call that Princeton ambulance is closest to, they will respond. What we would hope is that we'd be able to have a Penticton ambulance freed up and to be able to transport that patient to the Penticton Hospital. So the intent is always to get that Princeton resource back to Princeton as soon as possible. But there are going to be times where they are going to be doing calls in Penticton or elsewhere as they come across calls. If I could also just speak to the $2 an hour piece, I think it's really important to note that the $2 an hour is a stipend for being at home, on call, on pager, not unlike a volunteer firefighter would be. And that when the paramedics are called to respond to a call, they receive a minimum of a 4-hour call out at their paramedic rate, which is approximately $25 an hour. So for each time that they're activated, they're receiving about $100, in addition to keeping the $2 an hour as a stipend, if you will, for being available to be on call. So I hope that helps clarify that piece as well.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Now, do I have any questions from other parts of the region? I know I'm kind of in the Similkameen as well, so of course I've got my paying attention to that. But looking at Osoyoos and Oliver, Summerland, does anybody have any concerns or even congratulations? No? Okay, I have a couple questions, and it's strictly initially, Mr. Swain, in regards to some of the stats. And so a question in regards to call volume, and does the call volume in regards to emergency calls, if let's say a Karameas car is in Princeton and it does a call in Princeton, does that call MPDS in Princeton go towards the stats for Princeton, or does it go towards the stats for Karameas?
Thanks, Director Roberts. So we have a couple of different ways of tracking the work done by our stations. So the summary that I provided to you in the PowerPoint is all of the work that's done by those stations. It's the breakdown in other ways is too much to put on the PowerPoint, but so again, I'll use Karameas as an example this time. So we can look at the calls that are done in the community of Karameas. We can look at the calls that are done by within the typical response area for Karameas. We can look at who's doing those calls. Is it Karameas? Is it Princeton? Is it Osoyoos? And we can also look at where are the Karameas cars doing their calls. And just as an example, so Karameas does obviously the majority of their calls in Karameas, and then the sort of next locations that they're doing calls are going to be in Costin, Olalla, and Headley. Again, within that sort of typical response area for Karameas. So depending on how we want to look at the call volume, we've got different ways that we can look at it. But the simplest way to look at it is the work done by the station in Karameas, and then we also want to know where are they doing the calls, and where are they doing the calls has been one of the key factors in deciding the different models and where we had to make that decision between going with a full-time model as in Summerland or with a regular part-time model as in Princeton and Karameas.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to ask one more time if there's anybody else that has some questions for Mr. Piskarik and Mr. Swain. I see Director Pendergraft and then Director Oberick.
Okay, thank you. I am curious how these changes will affect the first responder issue for the fire departments, or will it?
If I may, good question, and I don't know the answer. So in many cases, there will be no change. The fire departments or first responders that are responding currently will be responding in the future. Each community has different levels of calls that they're responding to, where some will respond to all calls. I'm thinking of Penticton as again, the highest call volume. So the Penticton first responders or fire department are responding to all of the applicable emergency calls. In some of the smaller communities, the first responders are only responding to the most critical events, and those event numbers, they're not going to change. It's whether or not the first responder groups want to make a different change in the types of calls that they're responding to. So I'm probably not answering it very well, but I might need a little bit more specifics to try and answer it better, but hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Director Olberich.
Yes, thank you. I find the information from the Similkameen interesting, and I'll tell you, I sympathize with them, and my empathies are with them. I agree with a lot of what they've said, and I think that's real important. I'm the director from OK Falls. Our situation is worse than Karameas and Princeton. We are a larger population. We don't have any paramedics. We don't have part-time or full-time. I know we're in the shadow of Penticton, and we get the help from Oliver, and even Karameas sends us paramedics. We've had waits in our community well over 40 minutes for ambulances. We've had serious concern brought to my attention by our current and our former fire chief. I've heard many concerns recently and in the last year and a half of change when it comes to 911. Our volunteer fire department, which does an amazing good job, aren't getting the calls on first responder calls anymore. And I'll tell you, the firefighters are concerned because, you know, they're in the community and they'll see an ambulance go by to a call, and later we have community members. I'll give you one example only. I could give you many. Person has a stroke. They're on the ground over 45 minutes waiting for an ambulance, and the fire chief has to answer an embarrassing question. Why was the fire department, they're minutes away, why weren't they there? And it's embarrassing because they're not getting the call. So here's my question. If we were a municipal district, would we be treated differently in OK Falls?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swain?
Thank you for the question, and I can't answer the piece about whether a municipal district would make a difference or not. For us, it's really dependent on the call volumes for the areas, and I don't know if this is the total call volume for OK Falls, but I do know that Penticton in 2020 and 21 did about 352 calls in OK Falls, and about 7,800 calls in Penticton itself. So the model that's been introduced and the change in resources to full-time resources in Summerland in particular, what that will hopefully do is support the calls in Summerland so that Penticton is able to respond to the calls that they need to get to in Penticton and in OK Falls, of course. In terms of the types of calls that Okanagan Falls first responders are responding to currently, you know, Joe and I are happy to review that with our dispatch team and see if there are additional calls that the first responders would like to go to. There has been, certainly during the early stages of COVID, there were some restrictions on all of the first responders provincially. I believe that most of those have been removed, at least for the certainly for the high acuity calls. So any of those most life-threatening calls, the first responders are still getting contacted and have always been contacted for. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head if there are any sort of restrictions on the types of calls that OK Falls has requested that they respond to or not. And we had hoped, I know that there were some questions around the sort of ambulance response model provincially. And one of our colleagues, we'd hoped to have him here today, but he and his wife are expecting a baby imminently, so he wasn't able to join us.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. That was, thank you very much. And again, I think I speak for everyone here. We really appreciate you and your presentation that you brought. I think it also highlights that you were mentioning that, you're looking at different models as you move forward, seeing where your successes are, where your failures are, and move forward and adjust as you can and need to. I think this highlights the need to have regular representation of BC Ambulance coming towards the board, because a lot of times at the community level, not only it's just about concerns, maybe just from lack of information or understanding, but also sometimes there's information that we have as local government that we can pass on and hopefully support you in some of your decisions. So for instance, in Karameas per se, we have 70 new units going up to for vulnerable people in regards to low and medium housing that's been set up by BCBC, and that'll all be coming up in the year 2022 approximately. And that will increase demographically quite a large number or possible number of calls, and would probably be helpful for you as well. Again, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else, and as we're come out of time, I just again thank both you, Mr. Piskarik and Mr. Swain, for your presentation today. I know that I've had some interest in if we could have copies of your PowerPoint, if that would be possible.
Absolutely. I sent it to, we sent a copy to Crystal this morning for circulation. And thank you to whoever was helping me show you the presentation today. So please feel free to include that in your minutes and circulation to the directors. And thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Perfect. Okay, so if there's no other questions, and this is the last that I see on our agenda, could I have a call for, who to motion for adjournment? I see Director Monteith and Director Pendergraph. All in favor? Passed. And I will pass this on to Chair Kazafkovich.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Roberts. Directors, please have a look at your agendas, please. It's your only opportunity to remove an item from consent agenda. If you'd like anything removed, please let me know now. Director Pendergraph, go ahead, please.
Could I have the Planning and Development Committee removed for a correction in there, please?
Yes, thank you. So we'll pull item A1J off of the agenda. There is a correction to be made in those minutes, and they'll come back at the next board meeting. Thank you, Director Pendergraph. And then we'll go to Director Monteith. Go ahead, please.
Can I have Development Services A2C removed, please?
Okay, so A2C will come off of consent agenda Development Services, and it will move to B4.
Thank you.
Is there anything else to have removed from consent agenda? This is your only opportunity, directors. Okay, Director Monteith, I think that's just a leftover hand, correct? Okay, so directors, we will amend the agenda to move 2C, item A2C to B4, and item A1J will be pulled, and we'll see that come back at the July 8th meeting. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Director Robinson, followed by Director Sentis. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issues as amended. Director Bauer, followed by Director Bush. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issue, development services as amended. Director Bush, followed by Director Monteith. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that takes us down to B, development services. Rural land use matters. B1, petition to enter the electoral area H fire protection local service area 260 Bonlin Road. CAO?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're recommending in favor of that, and that the bylaw be given first, second, and third reading.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Director Knodel. Are there any questions or comments? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Director Trainer's daughter is opposed from what I can see. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll go to B2. Agricultural Land Commission referral subdivision 4301 McLean Creek Road in Area D. CAO?
This is just outside Okanagan Falls, Madam Chair, and we're recommending that this be authorized to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission because it complies with our zoning bylaws.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Ulrich.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Director Pendergraft. Any questions or concerns? This is also a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to B3, zoning bylaw amendment 79 Twin Lake Road in Area I. CAO?
This is Twin Lakes Golf Resort rezoning for their residential subdivision, Madam Chair, and it is ready for adoption.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair. So I'm still struggling with this one. There's more information coming forward from PIB, and they don't support the application at all. So I just want to share that with directors before you vote that PIB has sent a rejection to the referral. So I mean, I know that it's at adoption. I just want to share that I can't support it. So if anybody else wants to make a motion, that's their choice, but I can't support it.
Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
I'll move adoption.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, are you seconding? Thank you. Okay, so the motion's on the floor for adoption. I'm pretty sure that we received referral comments from PIB 2 terms ago or so on this. Did you want to say anything further, Director Monteith, as to why they don't support this? Or because my understanding, sorry, I was just going to say my understanding is that this is a benefit to by keeping the zoning directly at the golf course instead of spread out into other areas where they're currently allowed to go.
That's not their opinion on the matter. They feel that there was a lack of consultation with the regional district, with PIB in the process. They feel that the area has significant value to, oh gosh, it goes on to their archaeological and cultural values. They're concerned about the watershed, as are the residents that have continuously voiced those concerns through the whole process. It's a continuation of concerns that have not been addressed.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with a comment or question? Director Gittins, go ahead, please.
Thank you, the chair. Is there a letter with the PIB feedback or comments on this? Like a recent one, not one from a couple of terms ago? Just that share those the concerns that Director Monteith just brought forward?
No?
Not that I'm aware of, Madam Chair.
Not that we're aware of. Director Monteith, go ahead, please.
I have an email that was sent to me today, actually, by PIB. It's a letter addressed to the regional district on May 31st.
So that would have been post-public hearing?
They were not aware of it before the public hearing, apparently, according to PIB.
Okay, have we got Mr. Garish on the line here? Oh, there he is. Where did he? Oh, there he is. Hello, Chris. Thank you for joining us. Chris, are you able to confirm, did we receive anything previously from PIB as we work through the process from prior to first reading and on? Oh, we can't hear you, Chris. Not yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
I was just trying to say that we did do referrals to PIB as part of our standard amendment process. And we do have the standard form letters that PIB sends out in response, dated July 2018. And I'm not aware of any more recent letters from PIB having been received at the office.
okay, thank you. Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to provide some comments. I have a lot of empathy for Director Monteith on this one. This is a tough one. I was on the Advisory Planning Commission in Area D before I was elected when this matter came forward. I can tell this board that PC was split, the community, there was lots of participation, lots and lots of concerns brought forth, legitimate concerns, lots of hard work done by staff. And I think staff know how hard they worked on this for many years. I think the developer worked in real good faith through a very challenging, lengthy, difficult process. And I think the administrative recommendation, although not popular with everybody, was a very difficult balancing of many, many concerns that were raised, considered. And I can tell you, it may not be the best outcome, but there were a lot worse options and prospects considered, and it may have been the best of a lot of other likely worse options here. So there's a lesson here. It's not applicable for this moment, but in the future, if we pay attention to this exact file, there's a real opportunity for this kind of difficulty to be avoided in the future. I know that's real hard work, and I know Director Monteith will do a good job advocating on behalf of her community. But I just want to say this is a real tough one, and my empathy to her, because there are real challenges. I do come down on the side of supporting the recommendation, but I do know that this is a real tough one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Obert. I must say I agree with the comments made by Director Obert. It certainly is a challenging one. Keep in mind, this board, not the previous board, this board sent it, passed second reading and sent it to a public hearing, and also passed third reading. So we continued this through the steps throughout this term for the past almost 3 years or so. And there are other options if we were to turn this down, but I think there are actually worse options. And I think Penticton Indian Band would see that if they saw what the other options are. So I am in support of adoption based on what the other options are and the process that we've gone through. This is a rural vote only. Are there any other comments or suggestions, questions? Motion is on the floor for adoption. Okay, I'm not seeing anything further. I'll therefore call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Director Monteith, you're opposed? Yes, okay. Was anybody else opposed? Motion, oh, Director Knodel, you're opposed? I got that right? I hope I have that right because I can't see you, but there was a hand up. So opposed, Director Monteith, Director Knodel. If that's an error, Director Knodel, let us know after the fact.
So I'm trying to get your attention there.
Who is?
Danny.
Oh, Danny. Oh, Director Gettins. Sorry, are you opposed? Okay, so opposed, Director Monteith, Director Knodel, Director Gettins opposed, and the motion carries. Okay, thank you. We will move on then to B4. B4 was moved from consent, off of consent. So that means you need to go back into your consent folder for that item. Okay, bear with me. I'm just going to that. So temporary use permit application 251 Alder Avenue in Area I, CIO.
For the purposes of a vacation rental, Madam Chair.
Yes. Anything further? Nope. Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith on this one. Go ahead, please.
And I'd like to make the alternate recommendation to deny the application.
Okay, a motion to deny the application. Is there a seconder for that? Director Gettins is seconding. Okay, the motion is on the floor to deny. Because this is a negative recommendation, I'm going to ask if the property owner is on the line and wishes to speak to this. Danny, I see a hand up from somebody. The name Martine. Would that be the property owner?
I understand.
Or Rocky? There's a Rocky. Okay, Rocky has a hand up. Okay, Rocky, are you on the line?
I am.
Okay, are you the property owner or an agent for the property?
My wife Martina and I are both property owners, and we both would like to speak if we could.
Okay, go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Hi
there.
I guess, oh, sorry. I guess my wife is. I'll let her speak first.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Sorry, board. My husband and I are on, we're both at work, so we're not in the room together. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to this. I have to admit I'm a little disappointed in Director Monteith. My husband and I are very much on board with following the law and following the rules. And when we first purchased this property in Caledon, our plan is to move to Caledon in 5 years. And in between time, we need to help supplement the 2 mortgages we're going to take. That's a heavy burden on us to carry 2 mortgages. So we are going to try to do a vacation rental. We hired, we wanted a local person to manage the rental so that they might understand the rules better, as well as they're there for immediate response if anything goes wrong. We interviewed a couple people, and one of the first people we interviewed said, don't bother getting a permit. Don't even get one. No one around here gets one. Just start renting it. If there's a complaint, then you ask for your permit then and you'll get it. That was the information given to us. We didn't like that because we follow the rules, and that's just what we do. So we hired another company, a local company, who also believes in getting the right permits. So you have a number of illegal Airbnbs in Caledon already. There has been no evidence at all presented to my husband and I at the negative impacts of those. Zero evidence. All the negative reaction to our application is emotional. Some of the complaints are that the Airbnb is going to increase traffic on the road. Zero evidence that that's going to happen. In fact, the one other lawful Airbnb or vacation rental, sorry, I shouldn't say Airbnb, the one other lawful vacation rental is just down the street from us. We know them. We're in communication with them. I've heard no concerns from anyone that their Airbnb increases traffic on the road or traffic on the lake. So it's really just an emotional reaction from the neighborhood who I guess fairly doesn't want to see any growth at all. I understand that. But I would respectfully say to this board, without any sort of evidence of negative impacts, is just not a ground to deny us a permit when we followed all the rules. And, you know, when the health inspector came out, they wanted a railing put up. We did that. Anything that the RDOS wanted, we've jumped and we've done. It's a brand new home. It's going to meet all health requirements. We have a local person to deal with any complaints. There are tons of Airbnb or vacation rentals in the neighborhood. Go on Airbnb, look them up. There's tons of them. And I've yet to see one shred of actual evidence of the negative to the neighborhood. So we just respectfully ask that you allow us the Airbnb permit. It is, sorry, I keep saying Airbnb and I'm just a little nervous. The vacation rental permit, it is for a temporary period. It does allow you to revisit it. And if we do something wrong, we do something wrong. I don't think my husband and I have ever claimed to be able to run this thing perfectly, but we're certainly willing to do whatever the board requests and deal with any noise complaints, traffic complaints as they come in. But to say no because something might happen with zero evidence, I do struggle with a little. So just respectfully ask that you pass it anyways.
Okay, thank you very much, Martine, for that. Directors, while we have both Martine and Rocky on the line, this is our opportunity to ask questions directly of them before we go ahead and debate the motion on the floor. Does anybody have a question? Yes, Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, my question is, if this is turned down, do you intend to follow the advice of whoever your advisor was to break the law and do it anyway?
To be totally honest, my husband and I have had those discussions, but we can't. I can tell you that I'm a lawyer in Alberta, and it just goes against my ethical position to do something like that.
I'm just so sorry to hear that. It's very sad.
I can tell you, though, interesting to your question is the other option for us, if we can't do a vacation rental, is to do a tenant rental. If we get a tenant in there, then the RDOS has zero capability outside of noise bylaws or calling the police to monitor what we're doing. You get to monitor what we're doing if we have a vacation permit. If we don't have a vacation permit, we'll just rent it out to a tenant. They can be as trailers on the property. There's all sorts of things that they can do. Right now, we're not even allowed for a vacation rental. If a tenant rents it, they can't even invite someone and put a trailer, a fifth wheel. If we rent it to a tenant, then this board would have no say in anything we do outside normal land ownership. So no, we would not go against the bylaws. If we require a permit, we will not do the vacation rental. We'll have to look at other means.
The only,
okay, thank you for.
Sorry, could I add anything to this? Just a quick
Yeah,
comment.
go ahead, please, Rocky. Sorry, I meant to go to you after Martine. Go ahead, please.
The one thing that I find disappointing, I've been in law enforcement for over 23 years. There's always a test for anything to be successful, to be, whether it's conviction in court or anything else. For this process, We followed all the established rules. We've sought all the advice we can do. We sought all the counsel that we can do, all in good faith of following all these rules. And for this process to go forward, I would assume that the previous meetings we attended, they were all voted to approve this recommendation. And now, simply because Ms. Monteith decides she wants to oppose it, that eliminates all previous recommendations by previous levels of oversight. And at no point were we ever given a test that we must pass or that we were told that we had failed to meet. So you have people, two good people looking to become members of this community long-term. And to be fair, I've been traveling to that area for over 30 years, so I'm not new to the area. We didn't land here by accident. So to have Monteith simply say she wants to oppose it and have it seconded based on someone who's been following the rules, where we weren't given anything to reach other than the established protocols that we have reached and were recommended by previous committees, is very disappointing. And I think this is a sad state to actually, I think this is the cause of the illegal rentals in your area. So Mr. O'Barrick, when you ask if we're going to follow those rules, I think the fact that all these illegal vacation rentals exist is because these rules are very, very difficult to reach, not worth the while for a lot of people. But we have followed these rules, and now at the last possible step, we're being told no. And it's very, very disappointing. I guess that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you very much, Rocky. Back to you, directors. Right now, we're still in the phase of asking questions of Martine and Rocky. Did anybody else have a question for them? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. I'll just look again, directors, if anyone has a question for Martine or Rocky before we move on and debate this. Okay, I'm not seeing anything there. So thank you, Martine and Rocky. We will now go to the Board of Directors to discuss this application and the motion that's on the floor. Okay, directors, did anybody else have a comment or suggestion? Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Generally speaking, in the past, when these temporary use permits come before us, we do approve one on a trial basis. The exception being one we dealt with a couple of years ago in area, well, I think it was last year in Area A. But that was a case of the individual setting up the Airbnb before he applied for a permit and received a pile of complaints. So I asked for it to be turned down. These folks have followed the rules right up to and including today, so I think we need to give them the chance to proceed for this. I think it's a 1.5 years temporary use permit first term.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Pendergraft. I can certainly say I agree fully with Director Pendergraft. I don't agree with the motion on the floor. I can't support it. We put a process in place many, many years ago, and it's temporary for a reason. If they don't follow the rules and they cause issues, then we don't renew the permit. But it gives us a mechanism then to enforce. We have a document that shows they're actually operating a vacation rental, when years ago we didn't have that level of proof. And for those of you who followed a court case that we had in Area E, we lost because we weren't able to prove the existence of vacation rental. I've read the letters. I don't see that there's an increase in traffic. I'm not sure why people think that. If people are living in a home, there's cars. If you leave your home and other people rent it, it's usually the same amount of cars. If you have a B&B, which we don't give permits on, you can just do it, there's additional cars. That's where you see an increase in traffic, because the homeowners are there with their cars and you have guests coming every night or two and checking in and out. These folks could go ahead and put someone in that house who can operate a B&B for them, and it doesn't come to us. So I think it would be a mistake to turn this down, because they do have other options. They've put the steps in place to follow the rules. I'd give them a chance, and if it doesn't work, then we don't renew it. So I cannot support the motion on the floor. I see we have a few other people who would like to comment as well. I'll go to Director Knodel next, please.
In Area C, we struggle with these too, but the fact that there is redress, and the previous two speakers have kind of stole my thunder there, it's only fair to go forward with it and police it. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, at least you can step back. It's not permanent damage at that point. So I cannot support Director Monteith's position.
Okay, thank you. I've got Director Monteith next, then Director Obert. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I fully support the process, and I appreciate that they have followed the rules. And I completely. I support vacation homes where they make sense. The neighbors are saying that they don't want it. Their neighbor, we asked for feedback, and the neighbors are saying that they don't want it on their street. So I support their wish of not wanting it on their street. Yes, I understand it's a one-year term. I understand the actions, but the neighbors are saying in their feedback that they don't want the change to their neighborhood. They don't want the change. They don't want more visitors to their street. They just don't want it. They have a narrow dead-end street that is already busy with public access points. They have a quiet little sleepy part of Kaleden, and they just don't want to see the increased awareness to that street. It's already got crime on that street. They experience negativity already. I understand that it's a one-year term, and I would expect that if it is approved today, that the neighbors will watch it quite closely. And I do encourage the process, and I feel that we need to look at all the ones in Kaleden that are operating without a permit, because they need to go through the process of getting that feedback from neighbors. Neighbors don't want to complain. They don't want to come forward and say they agree or disagree. I'm hearing from people that agree with vacation rentals and people who don't. People just don't seem to want this, not only in their backyard, but in their community. And I'm getting feedback from the entire community, not just the street. So, I mean, I understand why we have the process, and I support that. But, do know that the neighbors, we asked for their feedback. They're saying they don't want this on their street. That's why I can't support it. I'm following the recommendation of the people who are actually directly impacted.
Okay, thank you. Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And first, I want to commend the applicants for following the rules. And I'm going to comment. That's what you're supposed to do. But thank you for following the rules. I take issue with the applicant's comment that something about this is why people don't follow the rules. That offends me so tremendously. I don't think that's the reason people are not following the rules. I was at the FCM conference on June 1, 2019 in Quebec City. I attended a workshop on this issue with about 300 or more local elected officials from across Canada. And Housing Minister Selena Robinson spoke with a very esteemed panel of two other speakers. And they talked about the Airbnb and the change in technology and how it's impacting communities very negatively in many respects, and including, not least of which, is people who are doing it illegally. I think Montreal was an example. There was something like 38 permits and about 24,000 listings on the Airbnb site. It is causing housing prices to go up, rents to go up, shortages, a different approach than maybe what was considered 8 years ago when our bylaw was done, where business people are buying up residential units and going into business and it's a very lucrative business. It's the money that's driving it. And there are members in my community, which is across the lake from Kaleden, and I know the community. I know the community well. And although the applicants may think there's no evidence, perhaps in these documents or somewhere, there is evidence in the community of unsettlement and concern. And this is not an automatic, you get your permit. It's a process where, as Director Monteith has indicated, in theory at least, we're supposed to care about the community and the people who live there and what they think. And so I've had applications in my area where they had overwhelming support. But we're going to have ones that don't, and there's a distinction, and it's a very hard balancing of considerations. But I can't agree that there's some reason here why people should break the law or not follow the rules. I don't think that's a good reason to approve this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I can state that before many of the folks were on this board and we put this in place, we even had a half price deal to encourage people to get out there and apply for permits and do the right things, so that we did have a sense of where the vacation rentals were, and in particular so that we could enforce should something go wrong. I can guarantee you it's worse for the neighbors if we don't issue a permit and give it a try and these folks decide to go ahead and operate without a permit. It's much more difficult for us to enforce, to prove that there is a vacation rental taking place. We've gone through that before many, many years ago without success. Director Roberts, did I see a hand? Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'm not going to be in favor of this motion strictly because, as stated earlier, it is something that we're going to have an opportunity to see whether or not it works out. And then we can see, and the community and the neighbors can see if it works out as a good thing. Then we have the empowerment to be able to say, no, look, you know, you were given your chance. Because it is, as Director Obrick said, it is challenging. Like, you do see things that come out either way, but here we have an opportunity to give some a fair shake, a chance. They followed the rules, they've gone through the process, and now we're giving, okay, here you've got this temporary, and we'll revisit it. And if there's any issue, and if you haven't persuaded the neighbors that it's a good thing, we pull a pin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith, is that a new hand? Yes, go ahead, please.
To the chair, I support vacation rentals if the neighbors support it. And that's the challenge here, is the neighbors don't support it. And they're concerned. And they're concerned because it's a change. And I know it's different and it's new to them. And I understand all of that. The prior vacation rental that was approved in Caledon, the neighbors supported. There was no problem. The neighbors were in favor of the vacation rental. So, I mean, it's different when the neighbors support it. It's more challenging if the neighbors don't. And, you know, like I said, I support vacation rentals. I'm thrilled that they went through the process. We asked for feedback. We got it. So that's where I made a recommendation. So we could have a discussion on this because it is a lively discussion in Caledon and Twin Lakes and St. Andrews and Apex. Everybody, you know, is concerned about the change of use of land in their neighborhoods. So when we ask for feedback, I'm going to listen. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I think it's important, and you're right in saying that we want to have that feedback. But when there's nothing for them to base feedback on other than fear of the unknown, this gives us the known. Where we let things slide or where we cause an issue is if we don't enforce afterwards. If all of a sudden we end up getting bad reviews, things aren't working out well, you know, there is noise complaints, there's those issues. And if we don't go, okay, we gave you your try, you're done, then I think we're setting ourselves up to failure. I think it only works when we put something in place that we give people an opportunity to do the right thing. And then when they do the wrong thing, that we enforce it to its fullest extent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you never know. Maybe, you know, the neighbors will be pleasantly surprised. They, you know, to these folks, Martine and Rocky, if they book the right people in, it might be a really good experience. And if it's not, we have the opportunity to deny a renewal should we get to the stage here of actually issuing a permit. Director Gettens, you're up next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, the chair. I think I'm just sort of almost repeating what a few other people have said. I agree with the process as well, and I think with Martina and Rocky following the process, we do have to provide the chance because that's what the process allows us to do. And I think, I don't know if other people here have said Airbnbs, but there's a lot of things you can do, and especially when you hire a professional to manage it for you, to make sure you get the right type of clients in your Airbnb. And it sounds like that's the kind of direction that they're heading. So I agree, we need to give it a chance, and we've got a way to remove that right if they don't fulfill their end of the deal. But all indications so far seems like they will, and I respect that it's hard in a quiet street to see some change, but this might turn out to be a good thing.
Okay, thank you, Director Gittins. We have a motion on the floor at this time to deny. It's a rural vote. Before I call the question on that, is there any other comment or question? Okay, so on the motion to deny, all in favor? Got Director Monteith, Director Obrick. Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the question. All those against? We have, this is just a rural vote, Director Robinson. So we've got Director Bob Coyne Sr., Director Bush, Director Pendergraft, Director Gittins, Director Roberts, Director Knodel, Director Kozakovich. I think I've got everybody. So that motion fails. So that takes us to other options. Would somebody, Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
I would make the motion to approve the temporary use.
Okay, thank you. I see Director Bush is seconding that. Okay, so the motion to approve is on the floor. Are there any comments or questions? This is still a rural vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed? Okay. Hang on, I don't know. Director Monteith, I saw hands go up. Are you opposed or are you? You are opposed. Okay, thank you. One opposed. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, folks. Then we're going to move forward on to item C. C is community services. C1, Town of Oliver, request to provide road rescue service in RDOS. CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this was deferred at the May 20th meeting, and this was a request from the Town of Oliver to provide road rescue services along Fairview Road outside of their corporate boundaries. And we referred it out to the fire chiefs to work out the specifics of that. We now have the recommendation that this authorization be approved along the eastern portion of Fairview Road, starting from Willowbrook Road and continuing westerly to the summit at a visual road widening, and we're recommending in favor of that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Go to Director Monteith.
And I'll make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded by Director Johansson. Thank you. Are there any questions or concerns? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll move down to D, Finance. 2021 SOFI report, CAO.
The Statement of Financial Information is a regulatory requirement that each local government files each year. Madam Chair, sets out what elected officials are paid, what those employees over 75,000 are paid, and our list of contractors. So we are recommending that the board approve the Statement of Financial Information for 2020.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover. Director Johansson, seconded by Director Robinson. Are there any questions on the SOFI report? Director Trainer, go ahead, please.
I just have a quick question. I'm wondering, is the amount of 75,000 ever going to be increased? Because that number's been in there a long time, and I'm just wondering, like with inflation and the changes in salaries and stuff, will that threshold be moved up to say 80,000? Because 75,000 for professionals in local government is not really that much. So I'm just wondering if anybody knows about that.
CAO, do you know?
Been debated many times, Madam Chair, and always the concern is that local elected politicians are trying to hide what they're paying out. So it becomes very controversial and nobody is willing to proceed on that. So I mean, other provinces have higher levels. I think everybody recognizes that just with the wages these days, that especially in the larger communities, those lists are getting very, very long. But at this point, there's no consideration for changing.
Okay, can I just have a quick follow-up? Is 75 the same across the province?
Oh, it is the same across British Columbia, the provincial regulation. Yeah, I'm saying other provinces like Alberta have increased their amounts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Watt. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. And much along the same lines as Director Trainer, I'm curious that I think my suspicions are that that number of 75,000 was created a large number of years ago, and very clearly with the amount. And I guess the reason I would love to see this amount, and perhaps this is something we can talk about taking the UBCM as an example, it actually gets into people's privacy when it's 75,000. There should be a higher level based on what the dollar amounts are today compared to when that 75,000 was put in place, so we can avoid honestly people digging into what is none of their business. I realize there should be a cap and there should be transparency, but I think it should be a higher dollar amount.
Okay, thank you. I think this has come up numerous times.
We could resubmit it to UBCM, Madam Chair, if that was a pleasure.
We could. Director Knoll, you had a comment?
Yes, when we look at the recent housing report we had, it gave the mean average incomes for the various areas, and 75,000 was on the absolute high area. I believe there was only one regional district that showed a $75,000 average income. Most of them are considerably lower than that. So the 75,000 may be large in other areas, but or normal in other areas, but it's far from normal for the better part of the RDOS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with a question or comment? Okay, so the motion's on the floor to approve this. It is a weighted corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Motion carries. Just to follow up on that thread, is it something that we could just write to the province on?
We could.
Or was the thought to add it even possibly as a minister meeting or a staff meeting?
Either one.
Okay, we could look at doing that as well. Okay, that's going to come up shortly here, folks, our minister meeting request. We'll move on to D2. Purchase of 105 Highway 3 East in Princeton, CAO.
So the town of Princeton and the regional district want to enter into a partnership to purchase a vacant building in the town of Princeton and then enter into an agreement with the Métis Association to operate that for a 5-year term with an option to purchase at the end. So we are recommending that the board authorize the expenditure of $150,000 from the Vermilion Forks Community Forest Corp reserve to enter into that agreement with the town of Princeton on those conditions that we had previously stated.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Bob Coyne.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Spencer Coyne. Thank you. Any questions or comments? This is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to D3, City of Penticton Overhead Resolution, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We received a request from the City of Penticton to review the overhead cost allocation policy we approved last November. So with an extensive report on it. So we're recommending that the board receive that report and that it be referred out to administration to come back to the board with.
Okay. Director Bush, are you moving the administrative recommendation? Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Robinson, thank you. Any questions or comments on this motion? Director Vasilaki, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, is it possible to somehow put a date on it as to how long it'll take the original district to bring it forward to the board? I mean, we can't just let it go just by receiving it. We have to have some kind of a definite timetable here, so it'll come back to the board.
CAO?
Yeah, we would bring it back during the budget process, Madam Chair. I mean, these the budgets are set for 2020. There's going to be no change during this fiscal year. So we would bring it back as we do with other major financial policies to budget committee for 2022.
Okay,
so,
thank you very much.
Are we starting budget a little bit earlier this year or not?
We're starting earlier administratively,
Okay.
But we would expect the budget committee meetings to start in November.
Okay, thank you. Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, could we just clarify that we are going to get the report, that it's going to be done before the budget? Because that's the whole point of this, is to make sure that the work is all done so that we can hopefully reduce our budgets next year.
So CAO.
Yes, so that would be the intent, would be to bring that response back to budget committee.
Great, thank you. Anybody else with a question or comment? Okay, this is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to E, Legislative Services, E1, Khalid and Sewer, CAO.
So we had the referendum to determine if the residents in a specific area of Cleveland wanted to extend the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment system into their community, and the referendum failed. So we have 4 bylaws sitting at third that we need to rescind, Madam Chair, and abandon. So we have the first, second, third reading of those 4 bylaws for abandonment, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. These can all be moved at once. Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, seconded by Director Roberts. This is a corporate vote. Any questions on this? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to E2, South Okanagan Conservation Fund, update and request for direction. And I'll go straight to Christy Malden, please. Go ahead, Christy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So we have Bryn White back. Bryn's just going to sort of walk the board through these recommendations that we have in front of you today from 2 of the applicants. So if Bryn is present, I shall turn that over to her.
Great, thanks very much. Just waiting for Danny to help me so I can share my screen. Great, thanks so much, Danny. Good stuff. Good, can everyone hear me? Yep, okay.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Hello again today. It's great to be back again just to chat with you a little bit about the South Okanagan Conservation Fund. Can everyone see the shared screen slides here? Okay, good. It's just a quick opportunity to kind of update you on what's happening with the Conservation Fund. I thought what I'd do is just kind of give you an update on all of the final reports that have come in from the 2020 projects. So these were projects that were through the 2019 intake and 2020 delivery. So we're going to do a quick snapshot of all the completed 2020 projects, and then a few updates on some outstanding items. And then there's some recommendations in the board report for you, one for information, one for a decision. And then I thought we could just quickly touch on some Conservation Fund project field tour ideas. So just a super quick refresher, this Conservation Fund was established through the Conservation Service bylaw in 2016, and it's for participating areas A, C, D, E, F, and I, Penticton, Summerland, and Oliver. Again, maximum amount requisitioned not to exceed 450,000 per year, and the funds are in support of undertaking and administering projects related to environment and conservation. So that's just a quick reminder of what we are doing here. So just as well, thought it would be helpful. The funding cycle is a little bit complicated, but really it does span calendar and fiscal years. So the projects that we're going to be talking about today are the projects that were applied for in September of 2019. And then the approval comes in January, or came in January of 2020. And so the proponents have almost a full year to complete their project, and then they're required to do an interim report to us in the next intake time, so the September following, and then they're required to provide a final report at the end of their project in February. So we received the reports in February 2021. And so we'll focus on those projects for the main part of today, but I also have an update from a project 2018 that was extended. So the 2019 intake and the 2020 delivery, there were 12 applications that we received. They were seeking $245,000 in Conservation Fund funding. 9 projects were approved by the board in 2019. So there were 3 new and 6 continuing projects. And the total amount was $221,000 that was approved for dispersal. 2 of those projects, unfortunately, did not go forward due to COVID-19 challenges. So the actual dispersal of funds was $193,238. So all of the 2019 intake, 2020 delivery recipients have completed final reports, except for one that has an extension request, and there's part of your package today is a recommendation or decision related to that, and I'll just touch on that briefly. And then also just a quick update on the Penticton Creek completed project now. It was a 2018 intake and 2019 delivery, so that extension was approved by you to end on December 31st, 2020, so that's now completed. That extension was granted to address some of the complexities of the planning and engineering design for that project. So this is the largest section done on Penticton Creek so far, with a high number of adjacent landowners. There was some complexities and some issues that we'll get into a little bit later. So on to a bit of an update on the 2020 projects. So this project, Habitat Stewardship and Enhancement, South Okanagan, the Okanagan-SIMILKAMEEN Stewardship Society, this was the 3rd and final year of this project. So the Conservation Fund terms of reference specifies that it's a 3-year maximum amount of funding for projects that are deemed to be multi-year. 118,000 dispersed to this multi-year project, so about 22% of the total project cost, which leveraged a really significant amount of matching funds too, so 3.5 times the Conservation Fund investment, so that was really great. Over the last 3 years, 1,200 local residents engaged through this group in events, outreach, workshops. They contacted over almost 800 landowners in priority areas throughout our service area to increase awareness and stewardship activities for priority ecosystems and species. So this is a group that's been around for a long time and has lots of engagement with private landowners. They negotiated 15 new wildlife agreements with landowners for stewardship, increasing the area of management for stewardship in hectares over 735 hectares. So they did 44 projects over this 3 years, 1,600 kilograms of garbage removed and invasive plants removed, and 5,000 native plants planted. So really interesting and very active group with this project. The next one is the Kemchiniqua floodplain re-engagement construction. So this was a project led by the Okanagan Nation Alliance with partners the Anauken Center. In 2020, the SOCF contributed $26,577. It's a 3-year project. So in years 1 and 2, the total investment's around $67,000, and they've leveraged almost $1 million from outside grants and in-kind funds. So this project, our part in this project is about 7%. In year 1, the project undertook development of a spawning bed in Okanagan River, spawning bed number 4, and created 11,000 meters squared of sockeye, steelhead, kokanee, and rainbow trout habitat for spawning, and then prepped the site, the terrestrial site, for the floodplain area, which was to be connected to the Okanagan River. And year 2 of this project that just completed is focused on the final wetland development. So there's a terrestrial component that builds wetlands for Chinook rearing and also for amphibians, and also preparing to connect the Okanagan River to the floodplain, which is pretty historic. It's the first time since the 1950s, since the Okanagan River was channelized, that the dike has been breached and broken and opened open to connect the floodplain with the main stem river. So fairly significant project. The 3rd and final year of this particular floodplain re-engagement is underway. It's being led by the Anauken Center, and it includes revegetation of the footprint and effectiveness monitoring of this project. So this is one that we would like to highlight with you in a field tour, in addition to 2 others led by ONA, PIB, and Anauken Center, all in the same complex within walking distance of each other. So I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. That is the Kemchiniqua floodplain. Another project, kind of a small project, but really interesting in 2020 was led by the Nature Trust of BC. This is a conservation fund investment of just over $3,000. It was just a single-year project. It was quite small, and actually, even with the challenges of COVID, they went ahead to undertake this. This was around helping to bring forward the most available information and research with respect to controlling an invasive species that occurs along the riparian areas of our streams, lakes, wetlands, rivers. It's the yellow flag iris, and it can do a lot of damage and alter the ecology and hydrology of natural systems. So this workshop was about how to most effectively control yellow flag iris and to transfer that information to land managers who are dealing with this all through the southern interior. So small but nice matching from the proponent. The next 2020 project is invasive plant management on Nature Conservancy of Canada conservation lands, which we had a virtual trip to earlier today. This is a 3-year project. Our investment in 2020 was $15,000. In year 1 and 2, the total conservation fund investment was around $25,000. They have leveraged 33% from other funds, from other sources. Obviously, invasive plants are causing a huge impact to the natural functioning hydrological regimes and other values on the land base. So a combination of mechanical, chemical, and biological controls are used to manage invasive plants on both the sage and sparrow lands that we talked about earlier today and the Osoyoos oxbows conservation lands along the Okanagan River. So the methods depend on the site and the sensitivity of the site and the extent and scale of the infestation, but the target plants that they're going for here is teasel, purple loosestrife, Russian olive, sulfur cinquefoil. This project also installed some wildlife-friendly fences for livestock exclusion to some sensitive riparian habitats and to reduce invasive plant spread. And then also installed a boot brush station, which is, you can see the little info sign here, to raise public awareness around how invasive plants get spread and to encourage the removal of seeds transferred by humans and pets. So that's kind of an interesting one that was just installed, and you can see it down near the Osoyoos oxbows property. The next 2020 project that concluded and the final report submitted was the South Okanagan Bat Habitat and Conservation Project. It's a 3-year project. In 2020, the Conservation Fund invested $9,893. Total over 2 years, around $27,000. They have leveraged $45,000 from other sources, so about 26% is our investment. This project works to mitigate threats to bats and their habitat due to human development, persecution, and also white nose syndrome, which is affecting bat populations in our region. They work to identify and protect large roost sites, so often maternity roosts. They work with public inquiries, so they help to support private landowners and managers about information dealing with large roost sites, particularly in older buildings. And they are one of the busiest in the province, programs in the province. They deal with over 500 inquiries every single year. They also work on long-term stewardship projects with landowners. They do bat counts to monitor populations, and they promote bat-friendly practices within communities, especially around development. This next one is Love Your Lakes. This is hosted by the Southern Interior Land Trust. It is a 3-year project. In 2020, the Conservation Fund invested $39,047. In year 1 and 2, the total investment was around $78,000. They have leveraged about just over $83,000 from outside grants and in kind. And this project is done in partnership with Watersheds Canada. It provides shoreline landowners, so folks that live along the shorelines of our lakes, with a personalized evaluation of their shoreline and some suggested actions to take to voluntarily improve the shoreline and the lake health while maintaining their waterfront view. So landowners are contacted by mail before the project, and then field assessments are undertaken. So this is a view of the people that are collecting the data and doing the evaluation. And then those personalized property assessments, folks are recontacted to let them know that they're available for them. So in 2020, about 347 property owners were contacted along the shoreline of Skaha Lake, and all individual properties on Skaha were assessed. So they've also been working on Twin Lakes, Trout Lake, Turtle Pond, Horn Lake, and for the first 2 years, about 1,000 property owners were contacted on Okanagan Lake, Vaso Lake, Skaha, Twin, and Trout Lake. So they've also undertaken a couple of pilot sort of test projects to kind of engage the community and work in places to show people how foreshore restoration can be done. So there was a couple of little restorations at public lands, 2 in Summerland, and 1 that's going forward on a private property on Vaso Lake. So that's that project. 57% of the funding comes from the Conservation Fund for this one, and the rest is raised through the proponent. So this 2021, right now, we're in the 3rd and final year of this project, and it will be focused on Tuckalnewit Lake in Oliver for this year. So before we get to the recommendations, I thought for the board today, I thought we'd report out on the completion of a previous project. It was actually from the 2018 intake, 2019 delivery. So this project is the Penticton Creek Engineered Design for Reach 3A and Upper 3B. So I mentioned this is one of the largest sections of Penticton Creek, one of the most critical for fish access to spawning in Penticton Creek and habitat. This project was led by the Penticton Fly Fishers Club and their partners. There is a Penticton Creek Restoration Committee that operates, includes all kinds of partners, including the City of Penticton, PIB, Okanagan Nation Alliance, and other nonprofit organizations working on habitat restoration. So it's a 3-year project. The first year was delivery in 2019, and the amount for the engineered design that was approved was $159,000. They leveraged $274,000 from other grants and in-kind funding. So there was some delays just with the completion of this project. What we're seeing with some of the in-stream restoration projects is some complexities and some challenges that arise for many of them. They're becoming, well, they are quite common in those kind of projects. So this project was to take on the planning and engineer design for the section that's just upstream of the Nanaimo Avenue Bridge. So the project delayed the first time was because of waiting for matching funds. And then the second time, there were some things that came out of the engineer design with respect to the capacity of the Nanaimo Avenue Bridge to deal with the 1 in 200 flood flow. So that needed to take some time, and it also needed some discussion within the community around the Nanaimo Avenue Bridge, which, you know, that was all completed, and they were able to finalize the reports to the Conservation Fund to let us know that the engineer design report has been completed and gone forward for permitting. The environmental assessment report is done, habitat requirements for fish, construction for the environmental management plan, and an archaeological report from PIB is all completed as part of this. So they have finalized the requirements under this project. Now, this one relates to the next one I'm going to talk about, which is, again, year 2 of this project. It's actually focused, their application came in 2020, this intake, and it was undertaken by a partner in the committee, the Restoration Committee, so Freshwater Fisheries Society of BC. They were granted for this year 2 for the construction of this section, $252,560. And so just the good news is that the Penticton Creek Restoration Partners were very successful this year in getting other sources of funding and have funds to do this full restoration, construction, as well as fix 2 other structures in the creek upstream that are at high risk of flooding. The other good news is that the 2 high-risk structures upstream will be completed this year, and they were prioritized because of the risk. But the kind of bad news is that the restoration construction for this particular section will now be delayed until 2022. It's quite, given the window for construction in stream for the fisheries biological window, it's very difficult to do multi-projects, and so the risk projects were prioritized as first, so that's very good news, and we'll go ahead. So Freshwater Fisheries Society of BC reached out to let us know that they actually indeed don't need the funding for this project, and so they can go ahead and do their full construction without it. There will be future sections for Penticton Creek that they likely will apply for in the future, but for now, this is one that's not needed. So obviously speaks to the hard work and success of their group in fundraising. So another 2020 project, I mentioned that all of the final reports had been completed and projects all completed by February 2020, except for one. And this project is the one, another really complex in-stream project that's was approved, but is being asked for, an extension is being asked for. So this is the Trout Creek Restoration Project. It's being led by Okanagan Nation Alliance. It was identified as a 3-year project. In 2020, they were allocated $59,231 for this project. And that was to undertake engineer design and with a steering committee, some planning and design for the restoration of the lower section of Trout Creek just upstream of the Highway 97 bridge. So ONA had actually reached out to myself as the administrator far before the end of the project and the final reporting date to let us know that they had indeed completed a lot of the deliverables, but just as in the case of other in-stream projects, some of the complexities and considerations around this engineered design in stream had come forward. So this particular project they were waiting for the results of the technical report related to the perpetual slide issue in Trout Creek. And so the steering committee was to provide direction on the next steps in relation to the design based on some technical information. And so The perpetual slide is being raised as a really important item by the steering committee. And it was also raised by the technical advisory committee as something that needed to be addressed. So it's not uncommon for these things to kind of come up in the engineering, and so they have in this case. And so Okanagan Nation Alliance has asked that they would like to reallocate some of the funding that was identified for engineering, which it will still portions of it will still be allocated to the engineering, but they would like to reallocate a small portion to funding a cost benefit analysis to the solutions related to the perpetual slide. So the steering committee has identified a couple of items that may be helpful to address the perpetual slide and the resulting siltation and sedimentation that happens in the water, which is obviously difficult for habitat and for fish populations. So they'd like to be able to support that, which will then inform the fully and final developed engineered design. So they will end up with an engineered design in the end, but it will take a little bit longer and a slight reallocation of funding. So they're requesting that support for that and an extension to December 31st, 2021 to complete those works. The Technical Advisory Committee had a review of their request and unanimously recommended that that be supported. They were certainly understanding of the technical issues and supported the reallocation and the extension. So that is a decision point, I believe, in your board report. Last piece, there's really nothing like getting out and seeing these projects and their benefits in person. In 2018, this was a field tour that we were able to go with the Nature Trust of BC to the Park Rail property, the newly purchased Park Rail property that was supported by Conservation Fund dollars. We actually even got to see a live burrowing owl close up that day. It was pretty exciting. And though even COVID has put a damper on us getting together and gathering, we were hoping that we would be able to basically set up a distanced field tour to see some of our projects in and around the Penticton area. It's quite within walking distance of each other. And so there's three that we'd like to kind of highlight for you. One, I talked about the Kemchiniqua Floodplain Re-engagement Project. The other is the parcel 40-4, the PIB Certificate of Possession acquisition on the e-community lands at PIB, and also the Ellis Creek Fish Passage project, which helped to reconstruct a weir to enable fish passage to almost 4 kilometers upstream on the Ellis Creek. So these are three that are led by Okanagan Nation Alliance, Penticton Indian Band, and Anauken Center as partners. And so they're very close in proximity. So we hope that in July we might be able to get people out for a bit of a visit and to see some of these projects in person and up close. And I think Christy and her staff will be providing you with some more information about that. And I hope you can join us. Any questions or comments? Happy to answer them.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that detailed presentation, Bryn. Danny, if you could bring that down from the screen, please. And directors, did anybody have any questions at all for Bryn? Director Trainer, go ahead, please.
Hi, Bryn, can you just confirm that date that you wanted that the group wanted the extension? Was it June 30th or December 31st?
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, there's an error in your agenda. It's actually December 31st, 2021. That's the extension date that they're looking for.
Okay. If nobody else has any questions, I'll bring forward the presented recommendation.
Okay, so our Director Trainer's moving with that change to December 31st, seconded by Director Bush. Are there any comments or questions regarding this motion? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Not specifically this motion, though. If anybody wants any information about the perpetual slide, I'd be more than happy to bend your ear on that. But I had a question regarding one of the final reports that were presented, the Love Your Lakes report. And I'm just wondering if any of that data is available to us in terms of things like the take-up rate amongst the property owners and and just kind of overall condition that what did the surveyors find in terms of on the private property, and so we could have some sort of idea of overall what the riparian area is like in our communities with the property owners.
Through the chair, through the chair, I'll let you know that the actual individual property evaluations are not publicly available, but certainly the roll-up statistics and overall condition information is something that is provided by the proponents. So in the third and final year of, or second year of any multiple year project, we do ask them to roll up the statistics and outcomes for the entire project. And it sounds like this would be a good one for a presentation. We let proponents know that if they're asked, they're to come and give a presentation on their project to the board. So that would be probably one that would be of interest to have a bit of a presentation. So we could certainly set that up.
So just to follow up, so that would be like a year from now when it's completed.
If up to you, if you'd like to hear an interim statistical update, they could probably provide one. But if you wanted to see the entire 3-year project rolled up, it would be after February 2022.
Okay, thank you, Bryn. Anybody else with a question or comment? Okay, we do have the motion on the floor, and that is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And was anybody opposed? Unopposed, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today, Bryn. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. It's nice to see everybody.
Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Okay, directors, that takes us then down to item E3, which is 2021 UBCM resolutions for the convention. So we did discuss these in committee this morning, and we've got them all here now. I have an email from Ms. Malden that just shows the changes. So what I can do is read out the changes. So there's no changes with the organ donation one, and no changes with the multi-jurisdictional. What we do have a change is with the housing needs resolution. So the second whereas says, and whereas all local governments will have differing access to resources to undertake housing needs report updates, and differing requirements are used for this information. And
that should be for use.
Sorry, where's that?
Right.
For use. Or use it for use, right? Okay, we'll correct that little typo there. And then the therefore be it resolved is that the Union of BC Municipalities petition British Columbia to amend the Local Government Act, Division 22, Section 585.11 to make housing needs reports discretionary in the future rather than mandatory. And then we have the BC Building Code resolution and the changes in the therefore. Therefore be it resolved that the Union of BC Municipalities requests the Province of British Columbia to amend the BC Building Code to restrict the use of untreated wood shake roofing to reduce the risk to life and property due to wildfire activity. Okay, so those are the changes to the resolutions. And then we have, of course, also our list with that of the meeting requests. First, looking to see if we could have a motion to approve the resolutions as presented. Director Roberts, thank you, is moving that, and those will move on to UBCM, seconded by Director Bob Coyne. Any questions on those? It's a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And then CIO, do we need a motion then for the meeting requests?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we have the list of the meeting requests that came out of this morning. Is everybody good with that, or was there an interest in an addition to that? Director Roberts, I saw your hand go up.
I was just going to move that we proceed.
Okay, to receive them as presented. Thank you. Seconded by Director Bauer. Any questions on that? Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'm just curious as to who attends the meetings, like who is attending each of these meetings, if we do get them.
Once we get them approved, because they may not all get approved, then generally it's CAO, chair, vice chair, and usually one or two directors. Often it's the one who proposed the resolution or has information to speak to that resolution.
Great, thank you.
So, yeah, so we will definitely bring that back to the board once we have approval for our meetings and a date and time for them. Ms. Malden, I see you have a hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thanks for clarity. Recently, back in the finance section, there was some discussion about a UBCM meeting for the $75,000 and over salaries. Is that one that we want to put into this request for meetings?
If we get a motion from the board, so right now we have a motion to move forward the request of the ones that are in the agenda package. So maybe we want to knock that off and then we could see if there's a further motion for another one to be added, if that is okay. So just dealing with the ones that are in our package at this time, directors, is there any further question or comment on those ones? Okay, so I'm going to call the question on those being meeting requests being presented to UBCM. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, then did anybody want to propose another minister meeting? Okay, doesn't look like anybody wants to propose that $75,000 one at this time. Okay, directors, we will then move on. Okay, that takes us to the end of our regular agenda. And we're going to move forward with CAO report.
Just advise the board, Madam Chair, that the CAO group did meet last week. As we did at the start of the pandemic, we've been moving forward to provide some consistency to our response and to try and not confuse citizens within the regional district with regards to where we are collectively with our own restart program. So we discussed that, and it seems like everybody, including the regional district and the 6 member municipalities, are about the same stage. They're all working diligently on getting their own restart plans back together, but we do seem to be headed in the same direction. We also discussed UBCM resolutions and where we needed support from each other, and did advise them that we have had an approach from the Central Okanagan about an air quality coalition, and we'll certainly invite the other members to sit in on that if Chair Gibbons does appear. And that was it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And then on to Chair's report, just a couple of things to mention. June 4th, CAO Newell and I participated in the conference call with the BC Restart information. Really, it was pretty much all the same as the information that we saw in the news with that chart that was presented, but it was nice to connect with everyone. June 14th, there was, coordinated by Tessa Tabasket, was a workshop put on by the Okanagan Nation Alliance. That was called Reconciliation and UNDRIP Workshop for Okanagan Lake. Very well attended. There was about 100 participants in that 2-hour workshop, and it was really nice to see a huge turnout by this board from the RDOS. We had very good numbers attending that workshop, and we look forward to future workshops that we might see presented through the ONA. Okay, we're going to go to board representations then. Director McCordoff, I think, is not on the line anymore. Developing sustainable rural practices, so we'll see next time from her on that one. There hasn't been anything with MFA and NIA. I understand that Director Holmes is going to give us an update for Okanagan Basin Water Board since Director McCordoff had to leave the meeting. So go ahead, please, Director Holmes.
Okay, so there was the meeting on June 1st of the board, and just a few things I think worth highlighting. The water board is preparing for potential drought with monitoring the reservoir levels, the snowpack, groundwater, etc. There seems to be consensus that we need a lot of rain in June to make up for the dry spring. I don't know if what we've had in the past week or so is enough or if we need more, but regardless, the preparation is beginning, and that includes updating the Okanagan Drought Response Strategy, which was developed in 2016. And so the gist of updating that strategy is to ensure better communication with the local water suppliers and with the province, and to promote a more consistent and cooperative valley-wide response to droughts. And that'll be done through workshops and drought bulletins and things like that. Another discussion point was the milfoil control. They're expecting an early year for milfoil growth, and that's due to the early hot weather and the low lake levels and the lack of precipitation. The rototilling, the spring rototilling has been completed, and now they're preparing for the harvesting, which is expected to start in late June or early July. Another thing is there'll be, the OBWB will be relaunching 2 summer publicity campaigns, the Make Water Work campaign to promote outdoor residential water conservation, and the Don't Move a Mussel campaign to raise awareness of invasive mussels and promote protection of our waters. And both campaigns will include updated websites, messaging, and things like that. And as Director McCordoff mentioned when we were talking about COVID, the Osoyoos Lake Water Science Forum that was scheduled for October this year has been postponed to April next year because to allow people to travel safely here. And that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Holmes. Next up is Okanagan Film Commission. Anything, Director Gittins?
Thank you, the Chair. Nothing new to report. We've just got our AGM tonight.
Okay, great, thank you. Director Monteith, anything with ORL?
We had our last meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a email circulated today. They have officially broken ground on the West Kelowna, so that'll be coming out in the press later.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Director Bush, anything with SIR?
No, and I think our next meeting is in June sometime.
Thank you. And Director Knodel, anything with Simia?
Nothing to report there.
Thank you. Director Bush, anything with Sterling Control?
Same thing, no meeting.
Okay. Director Pendergraph, anything with Fire Chief Liaison Committee?
No meetings, but just a heads up to the board that the mutual aid agreement should be coming back to the board in the next meeting or so.
Okay, thank you for that. We haven't had anything with Indigenous Joint Council and Hospital District. Anything Director sent us? Is she on the line? Nope, she had to go as well. Okay, and same with Director McCordoff, so we'll hear from them next time. Okay. Okay, directors, that takes us to directors' motions. We do have a motion here. It was a notice of motion at the last meeting from Director Monteith. So I'll go to Director Monteith on this one.
To the chair, I'm looking for a process for budget review for the regional district when we're in our committee. And I guess just looking at budgets in general, that we're looking at a decrease, standard, keeping things status quo, and then incremental increases. And I guess I'm looking for, hopefully, with support from other directors, if by service, so that we understand when staff come forward with their changes and recommendations, the true impact. Because I found this year, we were going through the budget, when staff changes are recommended and we approve them, not realizing the impact on the service, or realizing impact where there were staff recommendations for staff for increasing of wage or staff. And I didn't realize it impacted any of my services, and it did, and it wasn't clear. So by breaking it down by service, having that visual for us when we're going through budget, I feel would make a more transparent process. So that's where the motion came from.
Okay, so I'm going to ask CAO about this one because I was just concerned. It doesn't appear to be a motion that refers to staff for a report on what the cost and implications would be on staff time and resources. So if we were to put the motion through right now, it appears to be an expectation that would have to be fulfilled. So I'd like to hear from CAO Noel.
Mr. Sfino has been on leave for the last 2 weeks, Madam Chair, so I haven't had an opportunity to talk to him about this. I'd prefer it be referred out to administration for response, if that's feasible.
Okay, is that something, Director Monteith, that you would be willing to move? Yes, so your motion is to refer this out to staff for administrative recommendation. And okay, thank you. That's moved. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft, thank you. Okay, so that's on the floor. Any comments or questions regarding that? Okay, I'm not. Oh, Director Bob Coyne, go ahead, please. I think you're on mute.
So we're just voting on the deferral of it to refer it out to staff?
Yeah, the motion is to refer it to staff for a report to come back to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call the question on the motion. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Is anybody opposed? Director Bush is opposed. Anybody else? Motion carries. Thank you. And we're still under director's motions. Did anybody have a notice of motion to present this afternoon? Okay, I am not seeing any. We'll go to board members' verbal updates. Did anybody have an update that they wish to provide today? Director Gittins, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I just received a message from SOS Pride, and I just wanted to pass it on to the board because they just wanted to thank everybody for being a champion and an ally. And I know that staff turned that around really quickly, so I just wanted to pass that kudos on as well. So thanks for that.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that feedback, Director Gittins. Anybody else with an update or comment to make before we wrap up today? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm therefore looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Director Bush, seconded by Director Bauer. All in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Our next meeting is not until July 8th. You get a 3-week break. See you then.